Good morning, Committee on Finance will come to order. On our 11 a.m. agenda, we'll be taking one bill out of order. That is House Bill 1078, House Draft 1, relating to the Hawaii School for the Deaf and Blind. And at the conclusion of the testimony for House Bill 1078, we will be taking a vote on House Bill 1078, and then we'll be resuming back to the original agenda with the rest of the agenda. So if that makes sense, with the indulgence of the committee and the testifier, if that's okay, we'll go ahead. And then at that point in time, the sign language interpreter can be excused, and people who testify for House Bill 78 can be excused so that so that we don't keep the sign language interpreter longer than we have to. I know she's been working overtime with doing all kinds of things. So I think she's more of a familiar face to us than a lot of people. So with that, let's move to House Bill 1078, House Draft 1, relating to Hawaii School for the Deaf and Blind. So first up, we have Department of Education, Heidi Armstrong.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Luke and Vice Chair Cullen. I'm Heidi Armstrong from the Department of Education, testifying on behalf of Superintendent Kishimoto. The department respectfully offers comments on House Bill 1078, House Draft 1. The department is very committed to providing high quality education to all students, including the students who attend our Hawaii School for the Deaf and Blind. I'd like to highlight that the department established a deaf and hard of hearing work group whose members include deaf and hard of hearing community members from the Deaf and Blind Task Force, current and retired teachers of the deaf, the former vice principal, and other alumni of the Hawaii School for the Deaf and Blind and student representatives. And we're committed to a unified approach in serving and meeting the needs of our deaf and hard of hearing students and our deaf-blind students. And as shared in our testimony, the work group has accomplished the following: improved data collection for this population of students, and that was a concern brought to us through the committee members. We are finalizing statewide programmatic guidelines that include the Hawaii School for the Deaf and Blind, as well as our satellite programs that we are working toward integrating into a comprehensive statewide deaf and hard of hearing system that includes our satellites and our Hawaii School for the Deaf and Blind. We are working closely with the Department of Health's early intervention program to ensure smooth transitions and coordinated and improved services from birth to school-age children and beyond. And I appreciate the intent of this bill, but we do request that the bill be deferred at this time. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Next, we have Debbie Jackson.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Finance Committee. Thank you very much for hearing this bill this morning. I'm a member of the Deaf and Blind Task Force, and we've been working on this bill for the past several years, looking at a way to improve education for deaf, hard of hearing, and deaf-blind students. You do have my testimony, so I don't want to repeat it, but I do want to point out that as hearing people working with deaf students, hard of hearing students, and deaf and blind students, we think that they will acquire language the same as a hearing person, except that they can't hear. And that's not true. You do need specialized education to work with children who are deaf, hard of hearing, and deafblind. In fact, they're developing all kinds of new methods to communicate with children who are deaf and blind. And interpreters are having to learn new ways to communicate with deaf and blind. And it's called protactile interpreting. But language is such an important part of learning and teaching children in this category that I really felt that we do need to improve the standards that we're offering in the Department of Education for children who are deaf, hard of hearing, and deafblind. And it's not only that. I know the working group is working on also setting up a guidance manual, but there are people on the mainland. There are deaf professionals, other professionals that work with the education of deaf, hard of hearing, and deafblind students who have set up curriculum already, and we could tap into them. And through Zoom, we can always, that's a minimal cost to get professional assistance for help us improve the quality of education for deaf, hard of hearing, and deafblind students. And the last thing I wanted to mention was I also feel that some of these standards can also be used. I don't know if Ms. Armstrong was talking about when she talked about satellite schools, if she meant other schools that work with deaf, hard of hearing, and deafblind children. But some of these standards that are developed can be used in public schools because they are the appropriate way to teach deaf, hard of hearing, and deafblind children. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I do hope that the bill does pass out of committee because it's very important to the deaf community. Thank you.
Next, we have Ed Chevy.
Aloha, my name is Ed, and I grew up, I've been deaf since birth. I have a deaf family, and I have had a wonderful access to communication. I've not missed anything. I've been totally in the boat of communication because of my family support. I grew up in a deaf education and environment that had sign language, so I was able to not only educationally, but also socially participate. So I don't know what it means to be discriminated or be marginalized. Of course, deaf people are a very small group, and there's different groupings, but it was really important. It's not only that we don't want to see deaf people, we want to see them on par with everybody else. And the state, the DOE has 12 different points that they are suggesting. However, for some reason, we don't see that sometimes they're not included as far as in our environment. And so at HSDB, the School for the Deaf and Blind, they really focus on and specialize in empowering deaf children. We are not a deaf school, of laws. Who would say that? I think there's been misunderstandings going around the DOE. There's too many, I think, a lot of bureaucracy that is tied down and kind of boggles the system. There's a lot of confusion. And I think what we really need to go again is focus on the deaf education, the deaf children. We have one certified deaf principal, and he has the credentials. He's a doctor, but they're deeming him as not qualified. And we are saying, why could that be? That doesn't make sense. DOE has a different perspective and a different avenue they're going down. I think that actually is the wrong way, and we want to refocus people in a different way. Unfortunately, there hasn't been a lot of listening, and so it's really killed the deaf school, and we want to offer our idea of a charter school and grow and have support from DOE as far as financially supporting us. The mainland, there are such schools. Here in Hawaii, I think the focus is on one thing, and which we really need to see a widening of that focus. So I'm asking you to please consider this very important bill. And it really is, it impacts our future. I have deaf children, and it's not working right now. So what is going on? What is happening? So I just beg of you, thank you for your time. Thank you for listening to my testimony. Thank you so much. Aloha.
Thank you very much. That's all the individuals who signed up to testify for this bill. Any questions, members? If not, we will go ahead as originally reported. We will go ahead and vote on this bill. Okay, so for House Bill 1078, House Draft 1 relating to the Hawaii School for the Deaf and Blind, recommendation is to pass as is. Representative Kobayashi.
There is a proposed version going around that has not yet been fully vetted. But we understand that the current bill is difficult, if not impossible, to fit into the current DOE system. We would like the opportunity to vet the proposal that's in circulation and try to see if the Senate can agree to make amendments.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? If not, Vice Chair, please take the vote.
Members voting on HB 1078 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is. Chair votes aye, Vice Chair votes aye. Representative Bronco?
Aye.
Representative Eli?
Aye.
Representative Holt?
Aye.
Representative Iligan?
Aye.
Representative Kobayashi?
Aye.
Representative Martin?
Aye.
Representative Nishimoto?
Aye.
Representative Peruso? Excuse. Representative Sayama?
Aye.
Representative Tam?
Aye.
Representative Wahlberger?
Aye.
Representative Yamashita?
Aye.
Representative McDermott?
Aye.
Oh. Sorry, you got to be present in the room. Excused. Chair, all members vote aye, recommendation adopted.
Thank you very much. And so with that, we will go ahead and go back to the first item on the agenda. Thank you. Sign language interpreter, you always do a really terrific job. So I am going to turn it over to Vice Chair to go ahead with House Bill 770, House Draft 1. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, members. Thank you, testifiers. So this time we'll be moving back to the top of the agenda. To House Bill 770, which is relating to health. And first up, we have Department of Agriculture. Phyllis?
Hello, good morning, Vice Chair. I'm Leo Baldo, testifying on behalf of the Department of Agriculture Chairperson Phyllis Imabukuro-Geiser. We stand on our written testimony supporting the intent of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have University of Hawaii, Nicholas Dean.
Good day, Chair, Vice Chair, Committee. Nick Comerford. I'm the Dean of CTAR, University of Hawaii. We stand on our testimony also in support of the intent of this bill.
Thank you. Okay, that's all the testifiers we have at this time on this measure on Zoom. Members, any questions for House Bill 770? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next measure, House Bill 1193, House Draft 1, relating to capital improvement projects for the state. Okay, first we have Department of Land and Natural Resources, Kirk Cottrell.
Good morning, Vice Chair Cullen, members of the committee. Kirk Cottrell, Administrator for the Division of State Parks, and we stand on our written testimony in support and offer some comments in the form of cost elements. Mahalo.
Thank you. Okay, we have DAGS, Hawaii State Archive, Jansen Adam.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I am representing Comptroller Otaguro, and I want to emphasize how important it is that we start the study now for what are we going to do with the state archives. A real brief history, the archives was formed in 1905 in the Kanaina building. By the 1930s, we had already outgrown that space and the extension on the back was added. By the 50s, it was recognized even that wouldn't be enough. So a plan was created to build what is now the archives building with the plan to be continuous expansion up to and including the entire quadrant that we're in. We're 70 years later, none of that expansion has happened. We are getting critically full in preserving your history, your rights, and your property. If we don't start figuring out what to do next, at some point we're going to have to say we can't preserve your history anymore. We are at 96% capacity. We have donors coming in all the time. Attorney General's office dropped off 150 boxes. We like to think we're digital. We still have hundreds of years of paper sitting out at agencies waiting to be transferred here. So I encourage you, please help us figure out where we're going. What is it going to be? And what do we need to offer to meet the needs of the public in the 21st century? Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Adam. Okay, on behalf of Comptroller, next we have the Friends of Iolani Palace, Paula Alcana, Executive Director.
Hi, aloha, Vice Chair Cullen and committee. We stand on our testimony. Iolani Palace is 139 years old. It really needs a lot of work. I want to do just a quick show and tell. I don't know if we can see it with my background. This fell on January 21st. It weighs about 3 pounds and it's the top of the decorative columns that we call capitals. It's metal, it's solid metal, and it fell, and luckily it didn't fall on anybody. But it really shows you that key elements of this palace are deteriorating and are in need of help right away. So I stand on our testimony and I'm open to any questions you might have.
Thank you. All right, that's all the individuals that indicated they'll be testifying over Zoom for further comments. Members, any questions? All right, thank you, members. We'll be moving on to the next measure, which is House Bill 1056, House Draft 1, relating to motor carrier vehicle safety inspections. First up, we have Department of Transportation.
Good morning, Vice Chair Cullen and members of the committee. Jade Butay for DOT. We stand on our testimony in support.
Thank you. Okay. That's all we have individuals who indicated testifying over Zoom. Members, any questions on this measure? Okay. Thank you. Moving on to the next measure, House Bill 1059 relating to transportation. We have Department of Transportation Director, Jade Butay or Rachel Roper.
Thank you, Chair. We stand on our testimony in support.
Thank you. Director, is Rachel testifying?
She's with us. She's my subject matter expert.
You're talking for Department of Transportation then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, members, that's all the individuals indicating on Zoom. Members, any questions on House Bill 1059? Okay, members, moving on to House Bill 1081 HD1 relating to sidewalks. First, we have Department of Transportation, Ed Sniffen.
Aloha, Chair. We stand on our testimony in support.
Okay, thank you. All right. Members, that's all the individuals indicating. They'll be on Zoom. Members, any questions on House Bill 1081? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next measure relating to vehicle weight taxes, House Bill 290 HD1. First up, we have Department of Transportation.
Thank you, Chair. We stand on our testimony in support.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Department of Defense, Lawrence.
Hey, Chair, this is Brigadier General Moses Kawivi. Is it?
I do have something from you too, sir. So we can go to you, General Kawivi, please.
Okay, so aloha, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and members of the Committee of Finance. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Brigadier General Moses Kawivi. I'm the Director of Joint Staff for the Hawaii National Guard. I'm speaking on behalf of the Hawaii National Guard and on behalf of Major General Hara for the State Department of Defense. And we submitted written testimony, in our testimonies. We stand on our written testimony in opposition to HB 290 HD1. I'd like to point out some additional comments to our written testimony. First of all, as the Department of Transportation states in their written testimony, this may continuation of this bill as it stands now of this day and age, it reduces the revenue by approximately $478,000. But to put into perspective, the Department of Transportation does collect approximately $475 million, which the reduction of this or repealing of this this act would only really increase revenue of about 0.1% of the DoD budget when you compare the $478,000 to the $475 million which they received. Also, removing this benefit will impact over 43,000 active duty personnel in Hawaii and approximately 9,400 reservists, and of course our Hawaii National Guardsmen. So when you look at the number of impacts to people as compared to the number of revenue you save, it's really a little bit. And then we also believe that the veterans, Hawaii National Guard retirees, and many community members are also with us in opposition to this bill. And finally, I'd like to point out that the small number in the reduction of revenue for the service and sacrifices that our active duty members, our reservists, our National Guardsmen that we do and make in the protection of Hawaii and the United States when called upon are important. And we also already provide a major contribution to Hawaii's economy when you look at the budget that the military brings into the state of Hawaii. So I'd like your consideration in opposition to this bill, and I will stand by for any questions from the committee. Thank you and mahalo for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to the next testifier, Tax Foundation of Hawaii, Tom Yamachika.
Thank you, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika for the Tax Foundation. We'll stand on written testimony, provide comments. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And we have individual Kendrick Farm.
Not present.
Not present, thank you. He wrote in support of the measure. And then we have Mr. Maui Quizon.
Aloha, Vice Chair Ty Cullen and the Committee on Finance.
Hello, Maui.
Good morning, thanks. I'm Maui Quizon, retired Senior Master Sergeant, Hawaii Air National Guard, and current president of our Hawaii National Guard Enlisted Association, which is a veterans nonprofit advocating on behalf of our enlisted men and women of the Hawaii National Guard. Thank you again for your time to hear my testimony in opposition to House Bill 290 relating to the repeal of the vehicle weight tax exemption. Huge benefit for our guardsmen. In addition to my written testimony that I stand on, I wanted to add a little bit more emphasis. So state benefits for the 5,500 soldiers and airmen, retirees, and families of the Hawaii National Guard are far and few. It's been over 10 years since we actually lost the benefit, the state uniform maintenance allowance benefit, which is repealed. Just 3 years ago, we were on the cusp of Bill 91 with the city and county for property tax relief benefit for guard owners, but unfortunately, that year-long effort came to a swift end when it was vetoed. And if I understand correctly, guardsmen now no longer can utilize the state college tuition assistance benefit due to the lack of appropriation since last year. After being reintroduced this legislative session, just a few weeks ago, House Bill 2485 relating to Hawaii National Guard retirement benefits came to an end as it was deferred after, I believe, first reading. An attempt this year to reintroduce legislation to consider additional vehicle weight tax for guard spouses was rejected, or we just couldn't pick up some legs on reintroducing that bill from a year or two ago. And now, as your committee convenes today to hear House Bill 290, the vehicle weight tax exemption guardsmen have been very grateful for and valued for the past 13 years, could be in jeopardy. I understand the need for fiscal budgeting, but the state revenue is required to appropriate this benefit, I feel outweigh the commitment and sacrifice made by our guardsmen who operate, train, and equip 365 days of the year to be ready and there for our nation and moreover our state. A demographic that accounts for less than 1% of our state's population, one that is unique and vital to the safety and protection of its 2 million citizens. National Guard deserves at least this continued benefit, if not more. Please vote, oppose and vote no on House Bill 290. Mahalo.
Thank you. Okay, that's all the individuals indicating they would be testifying over Zoom. Members, any questions? Representative Tam.
Yes, my question is for the Department of Transportation, please.
Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Director Butai. Director Butai, is it true that the department has lost revenue due to the impacts of COVID-19?
That's correct.
Can you elaborate on that for just a bit for the committee?
On the fuel tax, I think we've lost about 20% compared to prior years. On the rental vehicle surcharge tax, I think we've lost about 90 to 96% compared to a year ago. And the registration and the weight tax has been relatively flat.
So my next question is, of the $478,000, what's the max amount of federal matching dollars you can receive? According to Appleseed, it means you could possibly receive up to $2 million to $9 million. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, Representative.
Thank you. I want to move on to the Department of Defense. Thank you so much for your service. My question is about your testimony. It said that this exemption is key to recruitment and retention. So my question is the Department of Defense actively promoting the vehicle weight tax exemption when recruiting members?
This is Brigadier General Kawivi. Yes, that's part of our recruiting package when we list the state benefit. It also provides us a means by which we can differentiate the National Guard from a lot of other services. And I know this also includes active duty and reservists, but really this is one of the things we highlight as a benefit that our state is highlighting for us, so that our guardsmen are loyal to the state. They dedicate their lives to the state. They make a conscious decision for the state of Hawaii because they love Hawaii. And a lot of these minor things that you might think is something that is it's just a little thing, really adds up, as like Maui Kuzan just stated. When you're looking at all these little benefits add up, it really differentiates us and what we can offer the military, as well as our National Guardsmen to serve here. If not, what point is it for them to stay in Hawaii and just join the military and go somewhere else? They might come back into Hawaii and receive that benefit if they go active duty. But for the most part, they might not stay in Hawaii. And if you really want to look at keeping our people who are born and raised there in Hawaii, this is one of the ways you can do it, by supporting the Hawaii National Guard, so that our people, our soldiers and airmen who graduating from high school, join the National Guard, have a reason to stay in Hawaii instead of going off on active duty somewhere else, because they buy into some of these little benefits that we offer them to stay in Hawaii. So that's just my opinion of how I see it. I joined the Guard when I was 17. This benefit wasn't there when I joined, but I joined based off of the tuition assistance. And that was one of the major events of why I joined the Guard instead of going active duty. Now that tuition assistance is gone from the state. So what more are we going to offer to keep our people in the state? And when you're looking at COVID-19 response and where we are with COVID-19 response, who is out there? If you look in every area of emergency response, you find the Hawaii National Guardsmen, Air and Army standing there with our first responders, assisting in making sure that Hawaii is safe. Reduction of those numbers is going to mean reduction of the response that the state can have in order to protect Hawaii. So that's a decision that you guys got to make, and I appreciate the information that you got to sift through and decide for the betterment of Hawaii. But this is just my opinion of why I believe this one small thing is important to ensuring that the safety of Hawaii can continue on and we can attract more people to stay in Hawaii and join the Hawaii National Guard. So thank you for your question, and I hope I've answered it as well as I could.
Okay, thank you. I want to go back to the Department of Transportation. Dr. Butai, do you know of any other state that offers this kind of exemption for vehicle weight taxes?
No, I don't have the answer. Let me ask Ed. Ed, do you have that information?
Hello, Rep. This is Ed Sniffen from DOT. To my knowledge, there is no other state that offers this exemption, but I can check on that.
All right, thank you. I don't have any other further questions.
Okay. Representative Kobayashi.
Question for DOT. Another testimony says that eliminating this tax might bring in between $2 million and $9 million per year. Is this correct? And why is that range so large? Is this money guaranteed from the feds?
Hello, Rep. This is Ed Sniffen from DOT. So the testimony indicates that because that's the matching portion. Without a matching amount for our funding, we can't get federal funds. And that range is that big because the matching component ranges from 20% down to as little as 5%. So we can attract more federal funding with more state funding. At the end of every federal fiscal year, we send an application into federal highways to request monies that other states couldn't use. That goes into a big bucket that becomes redistributed in August. If we have state funds that can match those federal funds and we can show the need and we can show that the program can deliver it, we can get that additional funding.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Okay, I have a question for DOT. So my question is regarding the active duty military personnel claiming Hawaii as their residence. Do we have a number of how many active duty military does not claim Hawaii as their residence? And then if they are even paying the registration fee on this, do we have a?
I don't have it with me.
478,000 of those that are included in this measure. But what is the status with the active duty non-residents?
I don't have that number with me, Chair. I can get that number to you though.
And then is there any exemption that is given to active duty non-residents regarding vehicle registration in the state of Hawaii?
I believe so.
There is then?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
So it's the same thing. So it's exempted from the weight tax. But again, I can get that information to you on the numbers.
All right, that'd be great. Because if we're going to look at the military, we should look at it in a fairness basis and see if we can going to increase the funding. And maybe we should got to decrease the funding more than just the 478. So thank you for that. And members, any other questions? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next measure. Okay. House Bill 1352, House Draft 1, relating to surplus military lands. And then first up, we have Environmental Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii, Melody Aduha.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the Committee on Finance. My name is Melody Aduha, and I represent the Environmental Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii. We stand in strong support of this measure, and the reason is because it is turning the responsibility of cleanup in those areas from the federal government and starting it with the state. It calls for an inventory report by DLNR, and in that report, it has to be in conjunction with the Department of Health and the Environmental Protection Agency regarding contaminants. I would like to add, though, with regards to the report, if it could also include the criteria set forth by the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969, and that's found in 42 USC section 4321. There's 14 things that that act looks at regarding military use of land. It looks at the land use, the biological resources, archaeological and cultural resources, hazardous and toxic materials and waste, air quality and greenhouse gases, noise, geology, topology and soils, socioeconomics and environmental justice, water resources, transportation and traffic, airspace, electromagnet spectrum, utilities, and human health and safety. Chair, Vice Chair, the Democratic Party has been very strong in this area. We have passed a resolution at our last convention in 2018, and it urges the congressional delegation to actively work to ensure that military protects our natural resources. And it goes like this. Whereas damaging the land and impairing natural resources is inconsistent with protecting the homeland, and whereas military activities have contaminated our groundwater at Red Hill, littered the landscape of Pohakuloa and with unexploded ordnance, adversely affected archaeological sites and habitat at Makua, and rendered substantial portions of Kaho'olawe unsafe. And whereas the military once claimed that it was a matter of national security and that it be allowed to continue to bomb Kaho'olawe and continue to train at Makua, but that was proven to be inaccurate. And whereas a state judge questioned the Army's veracity and reliability when it claimed to regularly clean up debris after each training exercise in Pohakuloa, and whereas although the Navy argues that the fuel has not found its way into our drinking water wells, yet it is undisputed that leaks from some of its Red Hill tanks have contaminated our groundwater in an unacceptable manner. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Democratic Party of Hawaii urge all members of the Hawaii Congressional Delegation to actively work to ensure that the military takes all necessary action to prevent degradation of our natural resources and clean up the existing contamination. Chair, the Environmental Caucus submits that this bill, HB 1352 HD1, is in alignment with the Democratic Party platform as well as that resolution that I just read. And I am available for any questions. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. That's all the individuals indicating they'd be on Zoom. Members, any questions on House Bill 1352? Okay, thank you.
Thank
Moving
you.
on to the next measure, House Bill 310, HD2, relating
I can't hear. You seem to be muted. Vice Chair Cullen, are you calling on me to give my testimony now?
We can't hear, so don't know who's being called to testify.
Now I can hear. Do we know who's being called to testify now?
Still cannot hear. Connie, I don't know if you can hear this.
It's Representative Cullen, Vice Chair.
Okay, great.
Perfect. So I'll start with this measure again then. House Bill 310 HD2. And we did announce, you said Department of Prosecuting Attorney, City and County of Honolulu. And Tricia was not available though, right? And then next is Connie Mitchell, Executive Director.
Thank you. Vice Chair Cullen.
Oh, wait, I didn't come back out of recess yet.
Oh, sorry.
The Committee on Finance will come back from recess as we dealt with a technical issue regarding sound. So we will start back with House Bill 310, House Draft 2. And then we will start with Connie Mitchell, Executive Director.
Mahalo. Vice Chair Cullen, I am speaking for the Institute for Human Services about in support of House Bill 310. I submitted testimony, but I want to emphasize a couple of things. One is that we really do think that people who are concerned about this being about substance abuse as well, there are many people who are affected by methamphetamine addiction, who often appear in the emergency departments. And I think that this bill does have to pertain to them as well. The other thing I wanted to emphasize was that people are concerned about the lack of due process. MH1s and MH2s, the MH category of emergency evaluation and hospitalization, have to do with emergency situations. Somebody has demonstrated behavior that seems like they're danger to self or others. And the actual ability to use or to treat the person is limited to 30 days. It allows someone who comes to the emergency room or brought to the emergency room for the purposes of getting treatment to get the treatment, even if they don't think they need it, because many times the mental illness that they're suffering prohibits them from really appreciating how it could help them. I just wanted to emphasize that. And then the edit that was made in the last committee, really underscoring the use of permitting the use of long-acting antipsychotics. It is really important that we're able to do that, because many of these people are never going to be able to take their medications every day. And I particularly, our agency works with people who are homeless, and just wanted to underscore that part. I think that this bill could really help to save a lot of money, because there's a lot of costs related to someone being brought to the emergency room over and over. It would be the cost of the, could be EMS, could be the other people who are the police who are bringing them, and then also the other folks that really are involved in it are the people that end up incarcerating them or detaining them. So I think there are some savings to be had, a lot of savings to be had by the state.
Connie, was that the end of your testimony?
And I'll be around if there's questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Raylan Reno Yomans.
Yes, hi, thank you for the opportunity to testify. Again, my name is Raylan Reno Yeomans. I'm a resident of Oahu. I am testifying in opposition to this bill. 30 days of forced treatment without judicial review, not taking into account whether or not it's constitutional. I can't imagine that one person, whether they be a psychiatrist or a nurse practitioner, should be allowed to determine whether or not someone is forced to receive treatment for 30 days. Just as far as my history, I do have a family member that is under conservatorship for dual diagnosis in California. And, the process wasn't easy to get him under conservatorship. He did have drug addiction as well as serious persistent mental illness and was homeless, but I can't imagine doing that without a judicial review. So, I think it's necessary, and it's not just because it's not easy to have someone forced to take their medication. It is a process that possibly needs to be streamlined here in our state. And maybe that's something that providers need to work with the judiciary to streamline that process. And as far as that subject, I was an intern for the mental health court in Orange County, California. And they did have a streamlined process that allowed for certain levels of treatment and hospitalization. And as far as the use of long-term psychotropic medicine, those medicines are not a silver bullet. They did not work for my brother. In fact, made his condition worse and also have side effects. So giving someone this shot is not a magic cure, and then expecting them to suffer any potential severe side effects for however long it takes for that medication to leave their system is long-term effects on a person. So I think bypassing judicial review is not the step here. I think the agencies need to work with the judiciary to streamline the process. It's possible, and it's being done elsewhere. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the individuals indicating to be testifying on Zoom. Members, any questions on House Bill 310? Representative Kobayashi.
For Connie Mitchell, have you seen the proposed draft number 3 from Department of Health?
Draft 3? The draft 3 of, you mean their testimony, or?
That's all right then. Thank you.
Can it? Oh.
Okay, thank you, members. Any other questions? Okay, moving on to House Bill 345. First up, we have Office of the Public Defender. James Taub.
Good morning. Thank you, Vice Chair. My name is James Taub. I'm with the Office of the Public Defender. We will stand on our comments in our written testimony, and we are here available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have State Department of Health. Behavioral Health Administration.
Good morning, Chair Luke and members of the House Committee on Finance. My name is Michael Champion. I'm the Adult Mental Health Division's Medical Director. The department stands on this testimony in support of this measure, and I'm available to answer any questions if there are any. Thank you. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next up, we have, oh, right there, Connie Mitchell, IHS Director.
Thank you. I just wanted to also stand on our strong support of House Bill 345, but I also wanted to point out that this is one of those efforts to streamline processes for assisted community treatment, court-ordered treatment. We are not, just only trying to medicate people. We're trying very hard to do guardianships as well as doing assisted community treatment. So it's related to the former bill that I testified on. But stand on our testimony. Thank you.
Members, that's all the individuals indicating they want testifying on Zoom. Members, any questions on House Bill 345? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next measure, House Bill 1283 HD1 relating to health. First up, we have Department of Health, Executive Office on Aging, Caroline Carrillo.
Hi, Vice Chair. This is Debbie Shimizu from the Executive Office on Aging for Caroline Carrillo, the Director. We're providing comments on this bill. While we agree that first responders can benefit from the training and awareness about Alzheimer's disease and dementia, EOA does not have the long-term funding or staff capacity for such training. And while we are currently able to provide dementia training, we are doing it via federal grants, and these are time limited, and it's not sustainable without continued state funding. The state does not employ first responders, nor does it administer this training. The counties are the employers for first responders and have the infrastructure to manage and direct their training. So EOA is committed to collaborating with other government and nonprofit agencies to ensure dementia training and that it aligns with our state plan, but we prefer it not to be mandated in statute. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Debbie. Next up, we have Honolulu Police Department, Mike Lambert.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, members of the committee. HPD, we oppose the bill as written only because we would be at the mercy of Office of Aging, which has just provided some concern as well. So for us, we oppose. We do support dementia training and having additional funding for those advocacy groups that could benefit us, and we would receive the training from them. But we don't want to be the standard and frequency. We don't want to be dictated by another agency. As anyone that runs a large agency can understand, if it's too frequent or the standard is too high, we could potentially be in violation of the law. So it's something that we oppose. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Next, we have Alzheimer's Association, Ian Ross.
Thank you, Vice Chair Cullen. Pardon me, it seemed to not be showing up on the camera. So we support this measure. My name is Ian Ross. I'm with the Alzheimer's Association of Hawaii's Public Policy and Advocacy Manager. So our reasoning is that this bill is necessary, and we've raised that in our testimony. I would just like to highlight a few smaller issues in response to some of the things we've heard. Specifically concerns about the standards for training. The bill outlines recognizing key signs of dementia, assessing cognition, best practices for interacting with individuals with dementia, and strategies for identifying, intervening in situations where people with dementia may be at particular risk of abuse or neglect. Now, I've been hearing from some of the testifiers that mental health, first aid, and crisis intervention certification is the type of training that they receive. If this touches upon the 4 simple items I just mentioned, it would seem to qualify. And I like to presume that level of training is currently provided based on what we've heard, so that raising these standards would be unlikely to affect them, but would help other first responders reach the same level of excellency on the job when they encounter individuals with dementia. I also believe that enabling the Executive Office on Aging to be the organization that sets standards and frequency for dementia training would allow the employers of first responders and other organizations representing the workers to weigh in and ensure that these standards are inclusive towards training that can be provided and is successful. So thank you very much for this opportunity to testify and support.
Great, thank you. That's all the individuals indicating they'd be on Zoom to testify. Members, any questions on House Bill 1283? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next measure, House Bill 728 HD1 relating to statewide health planning. First, we have Department of Health. Okay. So anyone there supposed to be for Department of Health to testify on House Bill 728? You guys didn't provide a specific name. Okay, I'll move on to the next testifier then. Office of Language Access. Executive Director.
Good morning, Chair Colin and committee member. Afirat Bamrungruan, Executive Director of the Office of Language Access. We stand on our written testimony offering comments on this measure. We also want to note that we understand the current financial situation. To address this issue, Ola did have a good conversation with BNF and is currently working with the Department of Health regarding our request for an adjustment to the executive budget. So in our request, we looking in terms of budget reduction instead of the budget elimination as proposed by the governor. In doing so, we requesting to add to FTE back to STS 908, which is the bare minimum to ensure that OLA will maintain its status as an independent agency and to carry on our mandate function under Section 321C6. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I will be available for any question the committee may have. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Department of Human Services.
Good morning, Vice Chair Cullen and committee members. Joseph Campos, Deputy Director, Department of Human Services. We stand on our written testimony offering comments, and we defer to the Office of Language Access and the Department of Health. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Hawaii Friends of Civil Rights, Dr. Amy Agbayani.
Not present.
Okay, and then the Legal Clinic, Justice for Our Neighbors, Hawaii, Liza Ryan Gill.
Aloha, Vice Chair and members of the committee. Thank you. My name is Liza, and I am the Advocacy Committee Chair for the Legal Clinic, which provides pro bono immigration legal services to low-income immigrants. We wanted to stand on our testimony in support. We believe and know, in fact, that having translated materials for our many immigrant communities is critical both to recovering from this pandemic from the health and economic perspective. We helped to administer about $500,000 in CARES Act funding to low-income, limited English proficient communities across the islands, and found it appalling how much of the health information was not available to communities, Filipino communities, Spanish-speaking communities, because there had not been adequate interpretation and translation. Now, we know that if we underfund the Office of Language Access and take away some of their authority to operate on their own, then many of those agencies will continue to fall behind in interpretation and translation for our most vulnerable members of our ohana. So we stand in support and ask for as much autonomy and support for the Office of Language Access. Mahalo.
Thank you. That's all the individuals indicating on House Bill 728 regarding Zoom. Members, any questions on House Bill 728? Thank you. Moving on to the next measure, House Bill 1322. First up, we have Department of Human Services relating to trauma-informed care.
Vice Chair and committee members, my name is Catherine Cornaga,
here on behalf of Director Kathy Betts. I apologize for not showing up on camera as my camera is not working today. The department stands on its written testimony of support and notes per the testimony of the Department of Health that it aims to fund the program through available federal funds. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Next up, we have Hawaii State Department of Health, Behavioral Health Administration.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Trina Orimoto from the Child and Adolescent Mental Health Division on the behalf of the Department of Health. We stand in strong support of the measure. 6 in 10 adults report exposure to a traumatic event in childhood. And we believe that this bill advances efforts to make the entire system more coordinated and more trauma-informed for our communities. We also recommend an additional year for completion of the report and task force. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, that's in all the individuals indicating they'd be testifying for further comments on Zoom. Members, any questions on House Bill 1322? All right. Thank you, members. Moving on to the next measure, House Bill 812, House Draft 1, relating to trauma-informed education. First up, we have Department of Education.
Hi, good afternoon, Vice Chair Cullen and members of the committee. I'm Heidi Armstrong, Department of Education, testing on behalf of Superintendent Kishimoto. The department respectfully offers comments on House Bill 812, House Draft 1. As stated in our testimony, the department is very committed to enhancing student resiliency and ensuring all students have access to a continuum of culturally responsive, trauma-informed, and trauma-sensitive interventions and support. In our testimony, we've listed our comprehensive and targeted efforts in this area to date. And as part of our commitment and intentional planning, the department applied for and received a $5 million competitive U.S. Department of Education Trauma Recovery Demonstration Grant Award. We recognize that all students and families have experienced significant trauma during this past year. And we also recognize that many of our kids have experienced trauma well before the pandemic. So we absolutely appreciate that this bill offers a targeted focus on the Castle Kailua Kalaheo complex area, yet we recognize that trauma affects students in all of our schools across the state. This is the reason why the department has a statewide focus in this area rather than on just one specific complex area. The Waianae Nanakuli model was funded through a Project Hawaii Aware grant that allowed for the additional positions purchased for that specific complex area to specifically focus on trauma-informed, trauma-sensitive training and implementation in the 9 schools in that area. If this bill should pass, requiring Castle, Kailua, and Kalaheo complex area to follow that same model, funding would be needed to be attached to this bill at approximately $2.1 million to replicate that exact model. Waianae Nanakuli has 9 schools that received funding of slightly under $700,000 to purchase their additional positions, services, and materials to support their efforts. Castle, Kailua, and Kalaheo complex area has about 3 times that number of schools, bringing their required funding to follow this exact model to about $2.1 million. The department is very committed to a trauma responsive system. Our efforts are aimed to support trauma-focused care in all of our schools, and our testimony gives concrete examples of our efforts and commitment to date. Thank you very much for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Heidi. Okay, that's all the individuals indicating they'll be on Zoom. Members, any questions on House Bill 812? Thank you. We're going to move on to the next measure. Since we already completed House Bill 1078 HD1, we're going to move on to House Bill 1291 HD1 relating to scholarships. And first up, we have University of Hawaii, Hei Okimoto, or Hai Okimoto.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Cullen and committee members. I am Hei Okimoto, Associate Vice President for Student Affairs for the University of Hawaii System. UH stands on the written testimony providing comment, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Nicole Dolor Bala.
Dear Chairman, my name is Nicole Delor-Bala, a senior at Frankton High School. In elementary, I felt like a failure for years because of my learning disabilities. At the age of 10, I was diagnosed with dyslexia, dysgraphia, and anxiety disorder. I've been in the special education program since I was 12. Although I once struggled with my reading comprehension, scoring in the first percentile, I will now be graduating with summa cum laude at Farrington High School. Although I am graduating with honors, I will be the only one in my entire class in special education to reach this goal. In fact, only 51% of students in special education at my school will graduate on time. There's a massive achievement gap between students in regular education and special education in our public schools. Not only will HB 1291 provide hope and financial assistance, it will also provide equal opportunity for special education students to access scholarships. I worked with my teacher and Representative Ono to create HB 1291. It's important to me and I hope it is to you too. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Okay, next we have Sean Whitwer.
Good morning, Vice Chair Cullen and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Sean Whitwer. I'm a special education math teacher and have taught at Farrington High School for 22 years, and I support HB 1291. There's a massive achievement gap between students with and without disabilities in the DOE, as evidenced by their on-time graduation and college-going rates. According to the Special Education Task Force summative report, the on-time graduation rate for students with disabilities is 59% versus 86% for students without disabilities. The college-going rate is only 31% for students with disabilities versus 57% for students without disabilities. That is why I worked with my student, Nicole, and Representative Ono to create HB 1291. I believe it'll help close the achievement gap by providing hope and equitable opportunities for scholarships at UH and community colleges through the Hawaii Community College Promise Program. And I ask that you support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. That's all the individuals indicating they'll be on Zoom. Members, any questions on House Bill 1291? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next measure, House Bill 1294, House Draft 1 related to education. First up, we have Department of Education, Mr. Brian Hallett.
Hi, I'm sorry. Good morning, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and committee members. Brian Hallett, CFO for the Department of Education on behalf of the Superintendent. The department stands on its written testimony. I would just simply add that the discussions are ongoing within the department to address the situation with Dreamhouse that this measure is speaking to. If folks could be patient and allow us to resolve this administratively rather than through a statute, that would be much appreciated. I would also add that the fiscal allocation work group meets annually, and this is a type of issue that is a good forum to resolve these types of issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Anu'o New Century Public Charter School, Nicole Ryan.
Aloha, Vice Chair and committee members. Nicole Ryan, Po'okula, principal with Kanawoka'aina. I just wanted to give a bit of a charter perspective on this bill because it was really exciting to see something introduced that would allow us to move towards more equity and funding for our charter schools, especially for our special education students. I know that a model exists within the DOE system, but oftentimes the translation of the DOE system model to our charter schools and operations is not only challenging, but it just doesn't match well. I would really appreciate if this measure was expanded beyond just Dreamhouse and just one school, but rather to all of our charter schools, so all of our special education students can take it, actually have the funding for this. The largest issue that we have right now is that our population is not as stable as the DOE. And so when we project a number in December, our number as Dreamhouse has also encountered and all other charter schools pretty much encounter are not tremendously in the fall, or it's varied a lot. So that variance is a huge impact. Mahalo for allowing me to testify.
Thank you, Nicole. All right, next we have individual Alex Teasy.
Hi, Vice Chair Cullen. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak briefly to this bill. Just for a small clarification, this is not a bill for Dreamhouse. This is a bill for children with special needs. Because of the egregious impact on our school, I think that it's been associated with this bill, which is fine, because this bill would certainly help the children coming to our school. But this bill is for all public charters and really all children with special needs, whether they're in public charters or public DOE schools. HB 1294 is a bill that ensures allocated funds for special education follows the child, regardless of whether they're in a public DOE or public charter school. Right now, if a parent opts to send their child to a public charter school, the special ed funding that is legally allocated to this child stays behind at their DOE school. It does not follow them. So this bill fixes that. This bill is to see that those funds do not get lost in the system, but instead they stay with and support the child. No more and no less than what was originally allocated to them by law. Charters don't actually receive these funds, however. This allocation is just a credit, and the charter uses this credit to buy special ed roles and teachers from the DOE. Without this bill, the allocation with regard to charters is incorrect, meaning that the DOE is telling charters that they have far less students, are allocated far less funds, and cannot buy roles to support the children in their care. And our legislators in the Ed Committee saw this issue. They wrote a bill, and I'm very supportive of their solution. This bill, while a small technical fix, will make a significant impact not only on our children and all charters, but thousands of children with special needs. And I appreciate your time today.
Thank you, Alex. All right. That's all the individuals indicating they'll be testifying on Zoom. Members, any questions? Representative Pruso.
I have a question for CFO Hallett. So can you briefly explain to the committee the new special education per pupil allocation methodology that is in its first year of implementation and how that addresses this kind of issue?
Well, currently, what we try to do is use a single point in time enrollment count. The effort is to try to treat all schools fairly. I think what this bill is getting at is a situation where you have a school that may be experiencing enrollment increase or their actual enrollment is not necessarily a good indication of their future enrollment. So that's why I'm saying that we are in discussion for how to handle this for all schools. But the reason I mentioned that it appears that this is related to charters or at least Dreamhouse, and I think the language in the bill, it's limited to only charter schools. And that is a challenge for us as well, is we have a single program that's supporting both DOE schools and charter schools. And when we're trying to implement rules in a even, consistent manner to treat all schools comparably. So this bill is just, it introduces a complication that is really problematic, to be quite frank. And we would ask that we be allowed to take a holistic approach and look at this through the fiscal allocation work group, and to address this situation this year through an exception to rule, which is what is under discussion at this time.
Thank you. And I have a quick follow-up question for Mr. Teese, Vice Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
Yay. So Mr. Teese, my question
Yes,
hi, has to do with your dramatically increased enrollment. And I was wondering if you could kind of tell me your thoughts on why you think that you saw such unusual variance.
Sure. So the way that the SPPA methodology works right now is we receive a document that is locked from the DOE that essentially projects our enrollment for next school year.
So I think this is limited. I'm sorry.
Right, I understand that. I understand that part of your discussion. What I'm asking you is about your particular variance at your school.
For our particular variance. So our variance is because parents are opting to pull their children from DOE schools and send them to our charter, both in current grades that we have and also additional grades that we're adding. And all of the new students who are coming to us aren't receiving their special education funding. That funding is being left behind in their current DOE school.
I've heard your argument, and I'm asking why you have such a high percentage of new students who are special education.
In particular, it's one of the reasons is because parents are opting to send their children to Dreamhouse or to our charter over going to their existing DOE. I don't want to speak on behalf of all of our families who have children with special needs, but a lot of them have felt that a smaller, more intimate learning environment has offered them the opportunity to fully execute and support their IEPs and unlock the potential of their children. So again, I can't speak on behalf of all of our families with children with special needs, but we found that our kids really find a home here because of the smaller, more intimate, more personal environment. So that's why I think we're seeing a high variance as we get going here.
And you're a fully inclusive school. Does that mean that you have no resource classes?
Everything is a push-in model where all of our kids, well, you can't see behind me because they're in a different classroom space right now, but we don't have fully self-contained. We don't have pull out. All of our children, whether they have multiple paraprofessional supports, no matter what their IEP says, we have all of them integrated and working alongside of one another together.
Thank you.
Representative Kobayashi.
This is for DOE. When would you be able to fix this problem? It looks like from your testimony, the fiscal allocation work group meets only annually. So your system seems to be too slow, too inflexible to address this problem mid-year.
Hi, if that question was directed at me, I'm sorry. I'm also on a call with Chair
Yes.
Luke on special funds and trying to answer some questions in that arena. So I expect that if the question was about timing, as I understand it, that what is at issue is the Dreamhouse is projecting having maybe 50% more kids next year than they would have this year. And that is the issue. And that is approximately 9 or 10 kids at about 10,000 a piece. We're talking about a $90,000 to $100,000 issue. Again, this is something that we are currently in discussions internally with our program and trying to find a way to address this without setting a precedent that would cause problems in future years. And to set a precedent we could take to the FOG over the summer.
When will this be addressed?
The fiscal allocation work group will be meeting this summer. And I hope to be talking to Alex within a week or two once we've come up with our recommended way to address this situation.
Is there a way of responding faster without going through this annual once-a-year meeting of this fiscal allocation work group?
Well, like the weighted student formula and the Committee on Weights, I believe that we want to take into consideration all parties, all affected parties, including SEAC and special education teachers and school administrators, and come up with policies that are generally understood and generally accepted. So preference would not be to have to do this administratively, and if we do, to do so in a very narrow manner.
So you didn't answer my question.
Sorry.
It looks like you cannot address this problem until you go through the fiscal allocation work group.
Oh, no, that's what I'm saying. To address it on a permanent policy basis, that would be over the summer. But administratively, we are hoping to address this within a couple of weeks.
I see. Without this annual meeting of the fiscal allocation work group.
Correct. That would be to just set a policy in place to address all schools that are experiencing grade level additions or new schools and how those get handled fairly in the future. Just an example of an issue. If we do an allocation based on a projection that's not on actual, we may over allocate and provide more funds to a school than it would be warranted. And we have to think about how and when would we go back and relook at that issue? When would we go revisit and look at enrollment and see if we need to take monies back? So there's issues and questions like that we need to work through.
Well, hopefully it can be addressed, as you said, in the next few weeks.
Yeah, yep.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hallett. Thank you, Representative Kobayashi. Members, any other questions? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next measure, House Bill 327. House Draft 2 relating to greenhouse gas emissions. And first up, we have Office of Planning, Danielle Bass.
Aloha, good afternoon, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Danielle Bass, State Sustainability Coordinator, providing testimony on behalf of the Office of Planning here today on this measure. We would like to offer some comments and proposed amendments. Just wanted to also remind the legislature that pursuant to Act 16, Session Laws of 2018, the Office of Planning recently published the feasibility implications of establishing a carbon offset program for the state of Hawaii. That was published in December 2019. Through that publication, the Office of Planning recommended the adoption of alternative fuels in transportation, such as sustainable aviation fuels to reduce Hawaii's greenhouse gas emissions to meet Hawaii's zero emissions clean economy target by 2045. We do note that there are many international initiatives going on due to the United Nations Decade of Action. Most recently, Boeing made a recent commitment to transition all of its commercial aircraft to be ready to fly on 100% sustainable aviation fuels by 2030, just 9 years away. The Office of Planning recommends the proposed Sustainable Aviation Fuel Task Force to coordinate with the Office of Planning Sustainability Branch, as well as the Greenhouse Gas Sequestration Task Force. We offer 5 amendments. One is friendly, revising as a technical amendment to clarify to achieve the zero emissions clean economy by the year 2045, delete various carbon offset references, and then add a state sustainability branch coordination language in the bill. I'm available for any questions. Mahalo for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Next, we have Hawaii State Energy Office, Scott Glenn.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the committee. This is Gail Suzuki Jones on behalf of Scott Glenn from the Hawaii State Energy Office. We stand on our written testimony with comments on this bill. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Environmental Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii, Melody Aduha.
Good morning, Vice Chair Cullen. Good morning, members of the Committee on Finance. The Democratic Party, my name again is Melody Aduha, and I represent the Democratic Party Environmental Caucus. We stand in strong support of this bill. As noted in the Democratic Party platform, page 19, we support all efforts to mitigate carbon pollution and other greenhouse gases, deploy more clean energy, and invest in climate resilience and adaptation. And as noted in the Hawaii Aviation and Climate Action Summit held in December 2019, it found that nearly a third of the energy consumed in the state is for jet fuel, which is a higher proportion to energy consumption than any other energy sector, and that over 1/3 of the flights to and from are from international destinations. This is substantial. And the implementation of an aviation fuel task force to develop a state plan to reduce greenhouse gas intensity and international air transportation to and from Hawaii is a required step toward averting further environmental risk of damage due to the climate crisis. Thank you very much for this opportunity to testify, and I remain available for any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, next we have University of Hawaii, Richard Roshallu.
Good afternoon. My name is Rick Roshallu, Director of the Hawaii Natural Energy Institute, and thank you, Vice Chair, members of the committee. HNEI stands on its testimony offering comments. I'd just like to make one statement in that we fully support the inclusion of aviation fuels in the efforts to meet the state's clean energy goals. But we do believe that this need will be better served by including this as part of the overall strategic planning that the legislature is considering, as opposed to a standalone independent task force. There are just a lot of interrelated aspects that would be better treated as an integrated problem. Thank you very much for that opportunity to make comments.
Thank you. Okay, members, that's all the individuals indicating they would be on Zoom. Members, any questions on House Bill 327? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next measure on the agenda, House Bill 1056, House Draft 1, relating to motor carrier vehicle safety inspection. Wait, sorry,
Yeah.
I went backwards. My bad. All right, House Bill 1092, House Draft Fund relating to carbon offset. Just checking if everybody was still up.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thanks.
first up we have is Office of Planning. Danielle Bass.
Aloha, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Danielle Bass again. Here in this measure, we are providing comments. Again, friendly reminder, the Office of Planning has published the feasibility and implications of establishing a carbon offset program for the state of Hawaii that was provided to the legislature and is available online. And it was published in December 2019 pursuant to Act 16, Session Laws of Hawaii 2018. Through this publication on page 51 of this feasibility analysis, we do know that it is unlikely for the state of Hawaii to generate significant revenue through the production of offsets, and any trading of offset credits produced within Hawaii would be limited by the state's zero emission clean economy goals that we need to achieve by 2045. The Office of Planning recommends that instead the state of Hawaii should build on its existing greenhouse gas reduction policies and programs to develop the most economically viable mechanisms to facilitate reaching a zero emissions clean economy target by the year 2045. Mahalo for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Department of Transportation, Ross Higashi.
Chair, Jay Butai for DOT, speaking for Ross. We stand on our submitted written testimony offering comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Blue Planet Foundation, Melissa Miyashiro.
Aloha, Vice Chair and committee members, Melissa Miyashiro with Blue Planet Foundation, and we stand on our written testimony in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's all the individuals testifying. For further comments on Zoom. Members, any questions on House Bill 1092? Representative Kobayashi.
For Office of Planning, is there any such program in existence today, particularly one where you have kiosks at each airport so that people can buy offset credits?
Thank you, Representative Kobayashi, for that question. Are you asking that within for programs within the state of Hawaii or outside of the state of Hawaii?
Anywhere in the nation.
Mm-hmm. There are voluntary carbon offset programs available at certain airports. Most recently, prior to COVID-19, I recently saw certain carbon offset voluntary mechanism opportunities for travelers in certain California airports.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're good, Representative Kobayashi.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, members, any other questions? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next measure, House Bill 78, House Draft Fund relating to the underground construction of high voltage electric transmission lines. And first up is DCCA Division of Consumer Advocacy, Mr. Dean Nishina.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Cullen, members of the committee. Dean Nishina with the Division of Consumer Advocacy. We stand in our written testimony in support of this measure, and I'm available for your questions, if any. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Hawaii Public Utilities Commission, Jay Griffin.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, members of the committee. We stand on our written testimony in support as well and available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, members, that's all the individuals indicating on Zoom. Members, any questions on House Bill 78? Okay, moving on to the next measure, House Bill 1333, House Draft 1 relating to energy. First up, we have Hawaii State Energy Office.
Aloha, Vice Chair and members of the committee. Gail Suzuki Jones on behalf of Scott Glenn, Hawaii State Energy Office. The Hawaii State Energy Office stands on its written testimony with comments. Mahalo.
Thank you. Okay, that's all the testimony. Members, any questions for House Bill 1333? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next measure, House Bill 328, House Draft 2 relating to energy efficiency. First up, we have Hawaii State Energy Office. Gail, are you speaking on this one for Scott?
Yes. Thank you again. Vice Chair and members of the committee, Gail Suzuki Jones, again, on behalf of Scott Glenn, Hawaii State Energy Office. We stand on our written testimony in support of HB 328. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next, we have Community Associations Institute, Laurie McGuire.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the committee. Laurie McGuire. I'm the chair of CAI LAC, and we stand on our testimony in strong opposition to House Bill 328. I am available for questions should you have any, and we thank you for this opportunity to submit our testimony.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Environmental Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii, Melody Aduha.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Cullen and members of the Committee on Finance. My name is Melody Aduha, and I represent the Environmental Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii, and we stand in strong support of this measure. The Democratic Party of Hawaii has adopted in its state convention in 2018 clear safeguards for our community against the climate change or the climate crisis, and this is found on page 18 of the party platform. We are committed to getting 100% of our electricity from clean energy sources within a decade. We will cut energy waste in homes, schools, hospitals, and offices through energy efficient improvements. And Vice Chair, this bill is consistent with our platform, and we do stand in support. I am available for any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you. All right. That is all the individuals indicating testimony on 328. Members, any questions on House Bill 328? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next measure, House Bill 803 HD1 relating to electric vehicles. First up, we have Hawaii State Energy Office, Gail.
Oh, hi. This is Chris Yunker from the Hawaii State Energy Office on behalf of Scott Glenn. We stand on our written comments in support.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Department of Transportation.
Thank you, Chair. Vice Chair Jade Butai for DOT. We stand on our submitted written testimony in support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Our Revolution Hawaii, David Malinix.
Aloha, we stand on our written testimony in support.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Blue Planet Foundation, Melissa Miyashiro.
Aloha, Vice Chair and committee members. Melissa Miyashiro with Blue Planet Foundation. Blue Planet supports HB 803, which boosts the effectiveness of Hawaii's existing law that requires parking lots with 100 or more stalls to have at least one electric vehicle charging station. So this particular bill clarifies that the counties have the authority to enforce the existing requirement, and also that the chargers be reasonably maintained in working order. And it also increases the stall requirement from 1 to 5 for parking lots, again, that have 100 or more stalls. So we think this is a really important measure because it helps to address one of the major challenges we face in our transition to clean transportation, which is expanding public charging options for those that currently don't have access to charging at home or at work. And this is a law that's been on the books for more than a decade, actually since 2009. And unfortunately, we haven't seen the build out of public charging infrastructure that the legislature envisioned back then. So we think it's a ideal time to update the law and prepare Hawaii for the coming transition to electric transportation. And just a quick note that nothing in the bill requires that property owners provide the charging free of charge, so they can ask folks to pay for the charging, and nothing in the bill specifies the specific location. They don't have to offer preferred location for these charging stalls. So thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Next, we have Environmental Caucus of Hawaii, Democratic Party, Melody Aduha.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Cullen and members of the Committee on Finance. My name is Melody Aduha, and I represent the Environmental Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii. We are in strong support of this measure. The Democratic Party of Hawaii has adopted at its 2018 state convention clear safeguards to protect the Aina through combating climate change by eliminating fossil fuels through electrification. On page 18 of the party platform, it specifically provides, we are committed to getting 100% of our electricity from clean energy sources within a decade. We will transform Hawaii's transportation by reducing fossil fuel consumption through cleaner fuels, vehicle electrification, and increasing fuel efficiency of cars, boilers, ships, and trucks. And Vice Chair, with regards to our platform, which this bill is clearly in alignment with, we wholeheartedly support it, and I am available for any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next, we have Tesla, Sandy Wong.
Yes, good afternoon, Vice Chair Cullen. This is Sandy Wong on behalf of Tesla. We'll stand on our written testimony in support, and I am available for questions. Thank you.
Okay. Hawaiian Electric, Michael Colon.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Michael Colon, testifying in support of this measure. Hawaiian Electric, as you know, supports the proliferation of electric vehicles and the conversion of fossil fuel powered vehicles to cleaner transportation. We think that transitioning to electric vehicles can make an impact in reduction of fossil fuel emissions today, and will only improve over time as we continue to clean up our power supply. One of the most important things related to this bill is the ongoing maintenance and operation of charging stations. A lot of times investment in charging infrastructure stops at the installation. However, it's critical that these stations remain in operation and functional as a reliable source for customers looking to charge. So we support this measure, and thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Next, we have individual Matthew Geyer.
Not present.
Okay, thank you. Members, of all the testifiers we have. Any questions on House Bill 803 HD1? Okay, no. Moving on to the next measure, House Bill 1318, House Draft 1, related to sustainability. First up, we have Office of Planning, Danielle Bass.
Vice Chair Cullen and members of the Finance Committee, this is Mary Alice Evans with the Office of Planning. The Office of Planning supports the intent of this measure and wants to thank the Committee on Energy and Environmental Protection for the amendments that were made in the HD1. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the individuals indicating to be testifying. Members, any questions for House Bill 1318? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next measure, House Bill 1149, House Draft 1, relating to land use. First up is Office of Planning, Mary Alice.
Thank you, Vice Chair Cullen and members. The Office of Planning supports the intent of House Bill 1149 and appreciates the amendments that were made in the Water Land Committee in the HD1. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Land Use Commission, Dan Ordenaker.
Thank you, Vice Chair Cullen, members of the committee. This is Dan Ordenaker, Executive Officer for the Land Use Commission. We stand on our written testimony in support and thank the committee for its continued work. Available for questions.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers we have for House Bill 1149. Members, any questions on this measure? Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 331, House Draft 1, related to state plan. First up, we have Office of Planning, Danielle Bass.
Hello, Vice Chair and members of the committee, Danielle Bass from the Office of Planning. We strongly support this measure, HB 331, House Draft 1. We find this measure to be complementary to the newly established statewide sustainability branch within the Office of Planning, as well as our office's work with the Greenhouse Gas Sequestration Task Force. We do understand that the organization Trees for Honolulu's Future has previously submitted testimony requesting an amendment to this measure. We do concur and support the proposed amendment and have included it in our testimony as as well for the committee's consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Department of Land and Natural Resources, Mr. David Smith. Thank you. Next, we have Environmental Caucus of Democratic Party of Hawaii, Melody Aduha.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Cullen and members of the Committee on Finance. My name is Melody Aduha, and I represent the Environmental Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii. At this point, we would like to stand on our written testimony, and I am available for any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next, we have Trees for Honolulu's Future, Daniel.
Aloha, Vice Chair Cullen and members of the Committee on Finance. I'm Dan Donnell, President of Trees for Honolulu's Future. We're a nonprofit organization with a vision for a tree-filled island that preserves and enhances our quality of life. We are in support of this bill with amendments that are articulated in our written testimony. Simply want to highlight what problem are we trying to solve with the proposed amendment of this already good bill. Two things. First, we want to make sure and make it clear to all state departments and political subdivisions that deal with infrastructure that trees and other forms of green infrastructure are equal to roads, stormwater, drainage systems, and the like. Second, green infrastructure, trees that are designed to be permanent should qualify for CIP. Our written testimony provides a link to Governmental Accounting Standards Board guidelines in this regard. Yet we have run across civil servants who don't believe trees qualify for CIP funding. And we have seen green infrastructure that is just grass. We can and should do better. In closing, we want to stress that trees create multiple benefits, well documented by research, as noted in this bill's preamble. Sadly, though, Honolulu has been losing urban tree canopy over the past years. The legislature not only sets policy, you should make clear to the executive departments as to your intent and make clear and make available all tools to battle climate change, the existential threat of our lives. Happy to answer any questions and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, that's all the individuals testifying on this measure. Members, any questions on House Bill 331? Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 882 HD1 related to procurement. First up, State Procurement Office, Bonnie Kahakui.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Cullen and members of the committee. The State Procurement Office stands on its written testimony in support.
Thank you. That's all the individuals indicated they'll be on Zoom. Members, any questions on House Bill 882? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next measure, House Bill 424, House Draft 1 relating to procurement of contracts for vehicle rental. First up, we have Hawaii State Energy Office.
This is Chris Junker on behalf of Scott Glenn at the Hawaii State Energy Office. We stand on our written testimony in support. We would just add that this is provides a carrot to rental car agencies to incorporate EVs into their fleet, and the bill has provisions to mitigate against budgetary impacts to agencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have our Revolution Hawaii, David Malinix.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Sorry, my camera's not working. We stand in strong support. We have to start moving to deal with climate change. Climate change is here now, and we have to start moving now, in that direction. Sorry about that, but that's we stand in support.
Thank you. Next, we have Enterprise Holdings, Mihoko Ito. Okay, in support, Hawaiian Electric, Michael Colon.
Good afternoon again, Michael Colon, testifying in support of this measure. We think this is a really great opportunity for the state to show and demonstrate leadership. And we believe that transitioning a large bulk block of customers to electric vehicle rentals will have spillover effects that will help incentivize and encourage support from the rest of the commercial industry to support electric vehicle proliferation. In particular, electric vehicles are, you can sell them better and convince people to convert if they've had a chance to test them out. So this would be a great way for state employees and consultants and people visiting to take a ride in an electric vehicle and understand what it's about. So it will have this secondary effect of benefiting electric vehicle proliferation and adoption. So again, thank you very much for the opportunity to testify and support.
Thank you. Next, we have Matthew Geyer. Okay, in support. That's all the individuals on Zoom indicating to be testifying. Members, any questions on House Bill 424? Okay, moving on to the next measure, House Bill 1388, House Draft 1 relating to taxation. First, we have Department of Taxation. I'm going to go is Ted on.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Ted Shiraishi for the Department of Taxation. We stand on our written testimony providing comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tax Foundation of Hawaii, Mr. Tom Yamachika.
Thank you, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation of Hawaii. We will stand on our written comments and will be available for questions.
Thank you. Okay, that's all the individuals indicating they'll be on Zoom. Members, any questions on House Bill 1388? Okay, moving on to the next measure, House Bill 1176, House Draft 1 relating to Job Corps program. First up, we have Department of Labor and Industrial Relations.
Good afternoon, Chair. Bill Kunzman on behalf of the Department of Labor and Industrial Relations, Director Eustachio. The department stands on its testimony, appreciating the intent of this measure, and is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Hawaii County Council, Ashley Kirkowitz.
Aloha, Chair Cullen, members of the committee. Ashley Kirkowitz, council member for Hawaii County. I stand on the submitted testimony and do want to offer up that the council adopted resolution 35-21 urging for development of a program. Hawaii County is taking active steps to implement this concept, and I think there are ways in which we can braid and blend state, county, and federal funds together. So happy to share information and find ways in which we can collaborate. Available for any questions. Thank you for the opportunity.
Ashley, is Sue with you?
She was with me, but I do have Councilmember Tim Richards here.
Okay.
Aloha.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Next we have Kevin Chang, Kui Aina, Ulu, Almo.
Aloha, Chair and Committee. My name is Kevin Chang, Co-Director of Kua'aina Ulu Awamo. This measure, among many measures you're considering in terms of developing new pathways in our economy for our young people to care for Hawaii, are important to the networks we support, and we stand on our testimony. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next we have Kupu, Mr. John Leong.
Hi, aloha, Vice Chair Cullen, and thank you for having me today, and thank you for hearing this bill. To the whole committee, I just want to say a huge thank you. Last year, you folks passed Act 9, which authorized funding to use CARES funds to create a workforce development program in this area to help stimulate our economy as a response to the coronavirus. We were selected at Kupu to help support that work, and it was a tremendous success. We saw over 350 people get employed statewide because of this project. There were over $6.5 million in socioeconomic impacts created, which is more than a 1-to-2 cost to benefit ratio. So for every dollar we spent, we saw more than $2 in benefits that came out into our communities. This was in the form of environmental impact to over 21,000 acres that were impacted. We also saw 150 different small businesses, farms, and nonprofits working in the green industry area throughout Hawaii, receiving aid from these participants. They're helping us to support and grow our green industries, but they themselves were impacted by the coronavirus economic impact. And that aid that we were able to provide together made a huge difference. And finally, it also really impacted people. It gave young and old alike the ability to do meaningful service within our community, expand their skill sets, and learn new trades. We partnered with great organizations like the University of Hawaii Community Colleges to provide over 400 certificates to participants to upskill them. And I think also what was really important is that we gave people an opportunity to make a difference and give them dignity and hope as we were looking at such a difficult time to do something that's meaningful. And this hope did not just stay here within Hawaii. We saw it being inspiring the world. As an Obama fellow, I saw the Obama Foundation share our story with the world in the social media network. But we were also covered by National Public Radio on All Things Considered, and we were covered by a UK newspaper called The Independent. And so we're really excited that we are showing leadership in Hawaii because of how we are innovative. We're looking at being a restorative economy that's regenerative. I hear so many great testimony today about sustainability, and we need a workforce that can do this. And just finally, this bill will provide a way for us to create a conduit for future federal funding, like in the one that Congress is contemplating right now, to provide means to continue this work, or the 21st Century Climate Corps that President Biden is moving forward with. And even if this year we know things are tough financially, we know that this provides opportunity for us to continue leadership in future years when we can, as a state, fund programs like this as well too. So it's really prudent. We think this is going to provide a great opportunity, and it really aligns us well with the federal initiatives that are coming down. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have an individual, Amadeo Markov. Okay, in support. And then we have individual Jake Sykes.
Also not present.
Okay, thank you. That's all the individuals indicating they'll be testifying on this measure. Members, any questions? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the last bill on this agenda, House Bill 1043, House Draft 2, relating to transit accommodations tax. First up, Department of Taxation. Ted.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Members of the committee, Ted Shira, issue for the Department of Taxation. The department stands on its written testimony in strong support, and we just want to note that we're asking for one amendment on the second page of our testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tax Foundation Hawaii. Mr. Tom Yamachika.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation of Hawaii. We have submitted written comments. We are offering a non-substantive amendment on the second page of our testimony, just to make the incorporation of personal liability more explicit, so people actually reading the law can figure out that there is that provision there, and be warned. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Okay, that's all the individuals indicating they'd be on Zoom for further comments. Members, any questions on House Bill 1043? Representative Kobayashi.
For DOT, do you think that the amendment provided, or the amendment suggested by Tax Foundation is non-substantive? And do you support it?
I think it's going towards the same thing, Rep. Kobayashi. It's substantive. I guess when I think what the other testifier is referring to as non-substantive is that the measure already proposes to impose personal liability for TAT. So I guess the other testifier is suggesting that it exists in a separate statute. As it exists, as the draft exists in HD2, it's already in section 10, where the other administrative provisions from GET are adopted for TAT. And so I don't think we would object. I didn't get a chance to look at the language, but I don't think we would necessarily object to having it in a separate statute. It accomplishes the same thing.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Members, any other questions on this measure? Okay, members, that concludes our 11 a.m. agenda. We will now stand in recess for 30 plus minutes. So we will be back into DM in 30 minutes. So we'll take a quick recess of 30 minutes and then go into DM. Recess.
you, everybody. Committee on Finance will reconvene for decision-making on Agenda 1. And after we're done with the decision-making, we can go right into the testimony for Agenda 2. So first up, it is House Bill 770, House Draft 1 relating to health. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on House Bill 770 HD1. Recommendation of the chair is to pass as is. Chair and Vice Chair votes aye. Representative Bronco.
Aye.
Representative Eli.
Aye.
Representative Holt. Representative Iligan. Representative Kobayashi.
Aye.
Representative Martin. Representative Nishimoto. Representative Peruso.
Aye.
Representative Sayama.
Aye.
Representative Tam.
Aye.
Representative Wahlberger.
Aye.
Representative Yamashita. Representative McDermott.
Yes.
Chair recommendation is adopted.
Thank you very much. Next up is House Bill 1193, House Draft 1 relating to capital improvement projects for the state. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on House Bill 1193 HD1. Recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present, any members voting reservations, any members voting no. All members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1056, House Draft 1 relating to motor carrier vehicle safety inspection. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on HB 1056 HD1. Recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present, any members voting reservations. Reservations by Representative McDermott. Any other members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1059 relating to transportation. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on HB 1059, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present, any members voting reservations, any members voting no, all members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1081, House Draft 1 relating to sidewalks. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on HB 1081 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present, any members voting reservations, any members voting no, all members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 290, House Draft 1 relating to vehicle weight taxes. I'm going to turn it over to the introducer. I think you have some amendments, or I can explain it. Okay, thank you very much. We will be passing with HD2. We got the concurrence of the subject matter. So instead of being repealed in 2031, this section will be repealed in 2023. Okay, with that, any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voted on HB 290 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass with amendments. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? Okay, I have, sorry, this is Representative Iligan, Representative McDermott, and Representative Bronco votes no. Any other members voting no? Right. Chair, all other members vote aye. Recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1352, House Draft 1 relating to surplus military land. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members vote on HB 1352 HD1. Recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present, any members voting reservations. Reservations by Representative McDermott. Any other members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 310, House Draft 2 relating to health. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on HB 310 HD2. Recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present, any members voting reservations. Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 345, House Draft 2 relating to assisted community treatment. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on HB 345 HD2, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present, any members voting reservations, Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1283, House Draft 1 relating to health. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion?
Uh,
Representative Kobayashi.
I think this one is an unfunded mandate because most of the first responders, of course, are at the county level. So WR for me, I guess.
Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Okay, thank you. Members voting on HB 1283 HD1. Recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present and reservations by Representative Kobayashi. Any other members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 728, House Draft 1. Relating to statewide health planning. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? Representative Kobayashi.
Please ask attorneys to look at possible defective title. This language access and health planning don't match.
Yep. Okay. Any other discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Thank you. Members voting on House Bill 728 HD1. Recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1322, House Draft 1 relating to trauma-informed care. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on House Bill 1322 HD1. Recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 812, House Draft 1 relating to trauma-informed education. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members vote on HB 812 HD1. Recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. We already voted on House Bill 1078. Moving on to House Bill 1291, House Draft 1 relating to scholarships. Recommendation is to vote as is. To pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on House Bill 1291 HD1. Recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1294, House Draft 1 relating to education. Recommendation is to pass as a HT2 with a defective date and technical non-substantive changes. Any discussion? Representative Peruso.
Chair, given that we are in the first year of implementation of a brand new special education pupil allocation system, and that there are administrative mechanisms in place to address this kind of issue, I am going to be voting no.
Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Thank you. Members voting on House Bill 1294 HD1. Recommendation of the chair is to pass with amendments, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? I have reservations by Representative Wildberger. Any other members voting reservations? I have a no vote from Representative Peruso. Any other members voting no? Thank you. All other members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 327, House Draft 2 relating to greenhouse gas emissions. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on HB 372 HD2. Recommendation of the chair is to pass as is. 372.
327.
327. Okay. All right.
What is it?
My bad. Members voting on House Bill 327 HD2. Recommendation of the chair is to pass as is. Noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Reservations by Representative McDermott. Any other members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1092 relating to carbon offsets. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on HB 1092 HD1. Recommendation of the chair is to pass as is. Noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 78 relating to the underground construction of high voltage electric transmission lines. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members, vote on HB 78. House Draft 1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1333 relating to energy. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members, vote on HB 1333 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 328, House Draft 2 relating to energy efficiency. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members, vote on HB 328 HD2, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 803, House Draft 1 relating to electric vehicles. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members, voted on HB 803 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? I have a no by Representative McDermott. Any other members voting no? All other members vote aye. Chair, recommendation is adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1318, House Draft 1 relating to sustainability. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members, vote on HB 1318 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting reservations? Reservations by Representative McDermott. Any other members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1149, House Draft 1 relating to land use. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members, voting on HB 1149 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 331 relating to the state plan. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members, voting on HB 331 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Reservations by Representative McDermott. Any other members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 882 relating to procurement. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members, vote on HB 882 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 424, House Draft 1 relating to procurement of contractor for vehicle rental. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members, voting on HB 424 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1388, House Draft 1 relating to taxation. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members, vote on HB 1388 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? No by Representative McDermott. Any other members voting no? All other members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1176, House Draft 1 relating to Job Corps program. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members, vote on HB 1176 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1043, House Draft 2 relating to transient accommodations tax at the request of the Labor and Tourism Chair. We have further language to tighten up the definition of operator. This is and also subsection B, just to tighten up the language for the collection of taxes from both Airbnb and Expedia. And this is with the concurrence of Dole tax. Okay, any discussion? Yes, Representative Kobayashi.
Department of Taxation and Tax Foundation had some technical amendments.
Yeah, I'm not sure what if those coincide with this amendment, because I haven't checked this amendment that Rep. Onishi provided, so
No,
this is
okay.
what he requested. Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on HB 1043 HD2, recommendation of the chair is to pass with amendments. Noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. With that, we will move on to agenda 2 and allow testifiers who are not currently in Zoom, take some time for them to enter the Zoom room. And we will start with agenda 2, which is our 12 p.m. agenda. As with agenda 1, we ask that if you're not testifying, please keep your mics and your video off for the duration until you are ready to testify, and then you can unmute yourself and turn on your camera. We ask that you we have your written testimony. We ask that you keep your testimony short, as we have a lot of things on this agenda and on the next agenda as well. And if you could summarize as much as you can and keep your comments short. And because everything that you are saying is being transcribed, although sometimes not accurately, as you know, if you can talk slowly and clearly, just so that people who are taking advantage of the closed caption can fully participate through reading the closed caption. So with that, the other thing I just wanted to make sure is if you're having transmission issues, that's the only time that you should be using the chat function. And if you can't, for some reason, have some type of a technical problem, then you can use a chat function. The chat function is not meant for any kind of substantive discussion. And so you can chat, but no one will respond because it's basically our technical staff who is overseeing the chat. So with that, let's move on to House Bill 185. This is relating to the judiciary's budget. So first up is Mr. Mick.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and committee members. I am Tom Mick, Policy and Planning Department Director for the Judiciary. The Judiciary respectfully stands on its written testimony in support. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this measure.
Thank you, Mr. Mick, for keeping it very concise and clear and short. And we have your written testimony. That's all the testifiers. Oh, we also have Noah Gibson.
Aloha, Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
May I begin? Thank you. Aloha, Chair. Noah Gibson, submitting testimony in conjunction with my written testimony. I am a attorney at the law firm of Coates Wright, Tanawal, and Gibson. We practice largely family law. And I just wanted to testify in support of maintaining the judiciary budget where it is. And I'll keep my testimony as brief as I can. And basically just want to say what we are, as practitioners, what we're hoping that Your Honor, the chair and co-chair and the members of your committee will consider is leaving the judiciary budget where it is, and on the basis that hopefully, as it stands, there's been reductions already. And I would just ask to point out a few things to this committee. Right now, the judiciary budget only makes up 1.91% of the overall budget of the state. And at that point, that's already taken into consideration. The judiciary budgets taken.
There's cross communication.
Oh, what was that? Sorry, I'm not sure where that came from.
Oh, sorry.
There's cross communication going on.
Can technical staff, can you mute that individual? I'm not sure where that's coming from. Sorry, Mr. Gibson, continue.
No
on.
problem.
I think it's because, as I stated before, if you are not testifying, please keep your mics off at the, just as a courtesy to the current testifier. Thank you,
So-
Mr.
So, I think the general idea that I wanted to suggest is simply that, it's tough. There's not going to be enough money to go around to everybody. There's a balanced budget amendment, which requires you guys to have a tough job and make tough decisions. And hoping that the judiciary budget will be one of those that can be recognized as sort of already having given a little bit, since 2011. In 2011, the judiciary budget made up 2.56% of the overall budget. In 2013, it went down to 2.34. 2017, it went down to 2.21, and it's now down to 1.91.
Ms. Silva, there's cross communications going on.
Can you identify who is speaking and then mute that individual? I'm not sure where that's coming from. Mr. Gibson, that's none of the.
No, I understand.
Staff.
So, the general hope, and I'll just give one example, and this is only to give an example and not to compare the two necessarily, but in 2011, the executive branch had a budget of $4.9 billion. The judiciary had $130 million. Now, 10 years later, the judiciary is only up to $157 million, with the executive branch at $8 billion. There is a significant need in the judiciary to maintain those dollars. And one thing I would hope that your committee could potentially consider is the impact of the judiciary as an economic driver. Our courts are going to be necessary to solve disputes economically, to settle disputes with landlord tenants. And if we have the ability for our constituents to have the courts to have access to, I would hope that it would be a way for business and economics to prosper and continue. So, I don't know that it's often that we look at the judiciary as a place of economic driver, but I think that given our economy and given the situation that we have here with COVID and so many things changing, the courts are going to be real important in settling business disputes or landlord tenant disputes or contract disputes. Or in my world, family law things are one of the few places of our economy that is still there and able to sort of be active. And I think that it really has a leveraging effect potentially on the rest of our economy. And so I would just hope that the committee considers it in that sense. And on that, I'll rest and thank you guys for your hard work. You guys got a lot in front of you, and appreciate your time. Mahalo. And I am available for any questions if you have them at any time. Thank you.
That's all the testifiers who decided or indicated that they will be testifying via Zoom. Any questions, members? Thank you. Let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 204. This is relating to the budget of Office of Hawaiian Affairs. First up, it is Chair Hulu Lindsay.
So aloha, members. I'm sorry, I'm Sylvia Hussey, the Chief Executive Officer of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, testifying on behalf of Trustee Hulu Lindsay, Chair. And I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity and let you know that the office stands on its testimony of support for the budget, and we will be available for any questions from the committee members. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Juanita Brown Kawamoto. Not here. Okay, that's all the testifiers who indicated they'll be testifying. Any questions from the members? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 73. Hold on just a sec. This is relating to emergency workers. First up, it is Department of Health.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke and Vice Chair Cullen and Finance Committee members. Department of Health stands on our written testimony in support and are available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Office of the Public Defender.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jackie Esser. I'm here on behalf of the Office of the Public Defender. Our office opposes this bill, not for the intent. We support benefits and pay for all employees. However, our objection has to do with making this emergency worker in section HRS 707-712.7. And I'll rest on the written testimony, but we're asking that an exception be made, that it's just clear in this bill that these emergency workers that are being added are not applicable to HRS 707-712.7, which would make a misdemeanor assault to a class C felony. So I'm here for any questions, and I'll rest on the written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have the Police Department, City and County of Honolulu.
Good afternoon, Chair. This is Captain Aaron Frias, Honolulu Police Department. We stand by our written submitted testimony in support of this bill.
Thank you very much. That's all the Zoom testifiers. Any questions, members? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 529, relating to residential real property. There's no one who signed up to testify on this bill. So let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 662, relating to firearm ownership, Honolulu Police Department.
Good afternoon, Chair, committee members. Captain Brown Miyamoto of the Honolulu Police Department, and we'll be standing on a written testimony with comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Firearms Coalition.
Aloha, good afternoon, Chair and committee members. Todd Yukutake with Hawaii Firearms Coalition, and we strongly support HB 662. Basically, this will give people a second chance to get their limited firearm rights back, especially hunters, especially with the economy now. This will allow hunters to get some hunting rifles, shotguns to be able to, provide food for their family. And this bill addresses, should address everyone's issues. A lot of these people, they're good people now. A lot of them did stupid stuff when they were younger, and 10, 20, 30 years later, they have good families, good jobs, responsible citizens. And I hear from some of them that they want to teach their kids how to hunt, but they can't own a rifle because, they did something stupid in the past. So this bill will help them a lot. And, some of these crimes of violence, they're bad, but, they're not worthy of eliminating Second Amendment rights for life. Could be things like mutual consent fights, like back in high school, slap to the face, things like that. Again, they're bad, but people grow out of it and become better people later. So and in the end, the judge decides everything if they are able to own firearms again or not. So this should address all issues. But Hawaii supports HB 662. Mahalo.
Thank you. That's all the Zoom testifiers. Any questions, members? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 884, House Draft 1, relating to the Office of Information Practices, OIP.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. I'm Cheryl Kakazu Park, Director of the Office of Information Practices, which strongly supports this bill. In the 2019 legislative session, House Resolution number 104 requested that OIP conduct an experiment to do what this bill would allow OIP to do, offer faster, informal guidance on some appeals in lieu of full-blown opinions. As a result of the experiment, OIP concluded that offering written guidance was sufficient to close some appeals, but in most cases, no time was saved because the requester exercised their right to insist on an opinion, even after receiving OIP's written inclination. Contrary to others' testimony, OIP does not interpret the specific section being amended in this bill to give us the discretion to issue guidance in appeals that are made to our office. The different subsections that other testifiers are referring to do provide OIP with discretion in certain cases, but not for appeals under 92F-4 42.1, which is being addressed in this bill. If, as other testifiers interpret OIP's duties, OIP already has the power to issue informal guidance, then there should be no problem amending this section of the law to make it clear. That way, we would avoid problems with people or the courts who may insist that it is up to the requester, not OIP, to determine how a case should be resolved, and that the requester has the right to demand a full-blown opinion. This bill is needed to give OIP the flexibility to handle its growing caseload and to improve its efficiency within the constraints of its diminishing resources. While it would certainly be more impactful if OIP had adequate personnel and resources to do its work, this bill provides some non-fiscal relief to allow OIP to do its work more efficiently. Therefore, I hope that you will support this bill, giving OIP the flexibility to resolve a complaint either by writing an opinion or offering informal guidance as is appropriate. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions, members? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 929. This is relating to Qualified Domestic Relations Order. We have ERS.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Tue Mar, Deputy Executive Director for the ERS. We stand on our written testimony and strong support. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers. Any questions, members? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 1090, relating to child passenger restraints. First up, it is DOT.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and members of the committee. Jade Butay for DOT. We stand on our testimony in support.
Thank you very much. Honolulu Police Department.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, members of the Committee on Finance. Major Calvin Tong with the Honolulu Police Department. We stand in our testimony in support of this bill.
Thank you very much. Next up is Keiki Injury Prevention Coalition.
This is Karen Tessier for Keiki Injury Prevention Coalition, and we stand on our written testimony in support of this bill, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. Next up is Hawaii Association for Justice. Not here. Okay, that's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions, members? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 1096, relating to parentage. First up, it is Hawaii State Commission on the Status of Women. Not here. Okay, Department of Health. Is there anybody from Department of Health? Okay, if not, let's move on to Planned Parenthood. Ms. Field? Oh, sorry, I'm reading people who have not been approved. Okay, let's go to the next one, LGBT Caucus, Mr. Galoyoch.
Good afternoon, Chair. Michael Galoyu on behalf of the LGBT Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii. We stand in support of the task force in the passage of this bill, but upon further review, we are going to request that it be amended to ensure that the LGBT community actually has a seat at the table. Currently, under the current task force, there is no guarantee of that, and we are going to ask that it be amended to the task force be amended to ensure that we have LGBTQ parents that have had to deal with this on the task force, because if we're not at the table, we're on the menu. So we ask that you amend the task force to ensure that the LGBTQ community actually has a voice and address this issue. And I'm available for any questions. And of course, the LGBT Caucus will be available to help make sure that should this bill be amended, that we have those voices at the table. Thank you.
Next up is AF3IRM Hawaii.
Aloha, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen. My name is Sarah Michal Hamid. I'm with the firm Hawaii, and we're testifying today in strong support of HB 1096 relating to parentage. You have our written testimony before you, and we're here to answer any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next up is ACLU. here. Sorry, not here. Next up is Ashley Gallagher. Not here. Okay, next up is Monique DeSimian. Simon.
It's Monique DeSimone. The Uniform Parentage Act, as it currently stands, discriminates against queer families and our ability to establish parental rights under law without unjust burden. I strongly urge you to pass this measure and to end the unconstitutional restriction on the equal rights of LGBTQ+ people and our paths to parenthood. As a lesbian parent who recently welcomed my son, Teddy, last June, I speak firsthand to the hardships of pursuing a family as an LGBTQ+ couple. From locating a donor that ethnically represented our family and provided uncontested legal protection against paternity disputes, to finding medical providers who did not actively discriminate against us. On top of the costs of actual fertility procedures, there were countless hurdles we faced along the path to building our family, both emotionally and financially. As a non-gestational parent to Teddy, there were many hours spent consulting with lawyers regarding the security of my parental rights in various scenarios as the non-biological parent. I am no less his mother than the woman that birthed him. Yet every step of the way, I am questioned because I'm not a cis hetero man. LGBTQ+ people already face tremendous obstacles on this parenthood journey, forcing us to additionally spend upwards of $20,000 to adopt our own children is discriminatory and cruel. The state is failing their LGBTQ+ families. It is shameful that this law is outdated and that the state has allowed for this discrimination to continue. Biology, gender identity, and marriage should not be determinants of who is granted the opportunity of parenthood under law, nor are they markers of what makes a family legitimate. Queer people know better than anyone that family goes beyond biology. As you know, legal parenthood has a tremendous impact on a parent's ability to legally to care for their child. It allows for them to enroll in school, make medical decisions, and legally travel with the child. If male partners have the ability to volunteer parenthood, queer partners should be able to do the same. Mahalo for your opportunity to testify, and I strongly hope that the state can go beyond empty promises of LGBTQ+ equality by enacting HB 1096. Thank you.
That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions, members? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 631, relating to financial hardship. The only one who indicated they'll testify is Ken Farm, but he's not here. So let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 189. This is relating to the designating substitute judges on ICA. First up, it is the judiciary.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, committee members. I'm Randy Pinal, supervising staff attorney at the Intermediate Court of Appeals. The judiciary stands on its written testimony in support of the bill, and I'll be available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions, members? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 60, relating to traffic code. First up, it is DOT.
Aloha, Chair. We stand on our testimony in support.
Thank you very much. Next is HGA.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair, and committee members. We stand on our written comments and we are available for questions.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions, members? If not, let's move on to the next bill. House Bill 1144, House Draft 2, relating to agriculture. First up, it is Department of Taxation.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Ted Shiraishi for the Department of Taxation, and we stand on our written testimony, providing comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Department of Agriculture.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Phyllis Shimopokuro Geyser, Hawaii Department of Agriculture. We stand on our written testimony, appreciating the intent, and defers to Department of Taxation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tax Foundation.
Thank you, Chair and members. Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation of Hawaii. We've submitted written comments. The primary thrust of which is that we really should be thinking about getting rid of GET on transportation generally, given the dependence that our island economy has on transportation, and the inequities that are placed on it because of federal restrictions, i.e., we already can't tax transportation of passengers and cargo by air. So a lot of this has to do with transportation by water. And again, because we really depend on transportation, it's probably not something we should be taxing a whole lot of. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Next up is Hawaii Farm Bureau.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, members of the committee. Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. We'll stand on our written testimony in strong support of this measure, which will help provide some support to our neighbor island farmers and ranchers who are at a disadvantage or can be at a disadvantage as far as transportation with Oahu-based farmers. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Next up is Hawaii Farm Bureau. Hawaii Cattlemen's Council.
Thank you, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and members of the committee. Nicole Galassi testifying on behalf of the Hawaii Cattlemen's Council. We stand on our written testimony in support. Mahalo.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions, members? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 497, House Draft 1 relating to county zoning ordinances. First up is Office of Hawaiian Affairs.
Aloha, Chair Luke, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Kamakana Ferreira. I'm the lead compliance specialist with the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. OHA stands on our written testimony in opposition of this bill and will be available for any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next up is the Sierra Club.
Aloha, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and members of the committee. Marty Townsend with the Sierra Club. We are in opposition to this bill. We want to encourage the counties to help facilitate development projects to comply with state and county laws. And we see the existing arrangement accomplishing that. And so we oppose this bill. And we'll stay on to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Maui Meadows Neighborhood Association. Not available. Next up is Dowling Company.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke. This is Sandy Wong on behalf of Dowling Company. We have submitted written testimony in support and we will stand on it, but I am available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Kihei Community Association. Not present. Okay, that's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions, members? Representative Martin.
Hi, I have a question for OHA, please.
Yes,
I wanted to know if you could give me a concrete example of what a situation where this might cause a problem for damaging Native Hawaiian cultural sites or resources. Thanks.
Okay, I can give you a couple of examples specifically on Maui. There's a couple of rezoning conditions, one for the Honolulu project and another H2 McKenna project, in which OHA has co-approval of preservation plans with SHPD. And we think that this has been beneficial because the second layer of review has enabled to incorporate additional consultation that was missed the first time, and also archaeological inaccuracies that were found in the inventory survey reports. So we believe that OHA's additional level of review was helpful to protect culture sites and getting them preserved properly.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Kobayashi.
For OHA again, one of the testifiers talks about this bill would not allow a state agency to review documents of completion or to ask a state agency to require mitigation. Is that correct?
It's my understanding that the bill is more so designed where the county can't enact an ordinance that will require approval of a state agency unless it's explicitly stated in state law. So in the case of OHA, right, if the County of Maui conditions co-approval of a preservation plan between OHA and SHPD, state law says that SHPD has to review it, but not necessarily OHA. And that's a condition the County of Maui has invoked for that particular project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill. House Bill 821, House Draft 2, relating to historic preservation. First up, it is DLNR.
Aloha, Chair Luke, members of the committee. I'm Alan Downer. I'm the administrator of the State Historic Preservation Division. The department stands on its written testimony in support and offering comments. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Next up is Office of Hawaiian Affairs.
Aloha again, Chair Luke, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kamakana Ferrer, Lead Compliance Specialist with Office of Hawaiian Affairs. OHA stands by our written comments. We appreciate the prior amendments to this bill that incorporated consultation with OHA, but we still believe some language regarding the prohibition on SHPD or the county to request follow-up work should be removed from the bill. We are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, it is Sandy Wong.
Good afternoon again, Chair Luke. This is Sandy Wong on behalf of Dowling Company. We have submitted written testimony, which we will stand on. I just wanted to note for the committee, we are offering some amendments. We preferred the HD1 over the HD2. And so we asked the committee to revert to the HD1. Thank you. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Next up is HGA.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair and committee members. Joy Kuwabara on behalf of HGA Executive Director Randy Pereira. We stand on our written testimony in opposition, specifically to the language which allows the Department of Land and Natural Resources to establish a program to certify third-party individuals and organizations. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 1018, House Draft 2, relating to laynets. First up, it is DLNR.
Aloha, Chair, members of the committee, Brian Nielsen, Administrator, Division of Aquatic Resources. We stand on our written testimony in support and available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is the Nature Conservancy. Not present. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions, members? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 1023, relating to non-resident recreational marine fishing license. First up is DLNR, Mr. Nielsen.
Aloha, Chair, we stand on our written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers. Any questions, members? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 1276, relating to state parks. DLNR, Mr. Cottrell.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Kurt Cottrell, Administrator, Division of State Parks. We love this bill. We really appreciate you guys hearing it. I do offer a friendly amendment. I've had time to review it while waiting, and I recommend an HD2. It's very simple. On page 3, on line 4, which starts with chapter 91, comma, for all, I would suggest inserting user fees, including but not limited to, and then have that follow with camping, lodging, parking, group use, and the special use. The reason I suggest that is upon reviewing our administrative rules, there are 2 other activities, commercial photography and just general commercial uses, that we think would augment the intent of this measure by just simply saying user fees, which is already defined in our administrative rules. And as we say in our testimony, any fee increase that may have an impact on small business, the commitment is prior to going to the board, we would submit that revision to the Small Business Regulatory Review Board first for them to be able to assess any impacts to small business. Mahalo.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions, members? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 1351, House Draft 1, relating to conservation mitigation banks. First up is Department of Land and Natural Resources.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. David Smith, I'm the Administrator with the Division of Forest and Wildlife. The department stands on its written testimony and support.
Thank you very much. We have Environmental Caucus of the Democratic Party.
Good afternoon, Chair. Oh, my apologies. Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, Vice Chair Cullen and members of the Committee on Finance. My name is Melody Aduha, and I represent the Democratic Party of Hawaii Environmental Caucus. And we stand on our written testimony, and I am available for any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions, members? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 1020, House Draft 1, relating to adapted natural resource management. First up, it is DNR.
Aloha, Chair. The department stands on its written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Kevin Chang.
Aloha, Chair and the Committee of Finance. My name is Kevin Chang. I'm the co-director of Kua'aina Ulu Awamo, which means grassroots growing through shared responsibility. We generally support this bill as supporting the ability of our communities and dole care officers to better manage our environment. And other than that, we stand on our testimony. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions, members? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 1122. This is relating to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. First up, it is DHHL.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, members of the committee. We stand on our testimony providing comments and just would highlight that many of the comments point to the fact that we are already doing some of this or most of this and that they're unnecessary. And then I would just add that in many cases, some of these amendments would actually remove from the Hawaiian Homes Commission some of the flexibility that it needs to make good decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is the Shaw.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Robin Danner. I am the Shaw chairwoman elected to and serving my second four-year term. The Shaw is a 34-year-old organization, the largest Native Hawaiian beneficiary organization representing over 45 different homestead areas. And we are dedicated to applying our expertise on the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act to support state government in successful administration. We stand in strong support of this measure, and our Homestead Policy Chair, Kipukai Kuali'i, couldn't be here today, but he wanted to extend his comments that it is exciting to see our state legislature engage and put forward such an amazing piece of policy that will certainly push forward the removal of 28,000 on the wait list. Kipukai just wanted to share that he's excited to see the legislature put forward such an excellent piece of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions, members? Representative Hope.
Thank you, Chair, for the department.
Yes.
Interested in part of your testimony in section 2, if you could explain where it says, the amendments proposed to elevate the interests of lessees and homestead associations above the interests of applicants on the wait list. Could you explain that a little bit?
Sure. In one section of this bill, it would require that no general leases be issued to anyone other than a person on the wait list, or not be issued if there is anyone on the wait list. And oftentimes the department seeks and needs and historically has been required to generate revenue to make up for times where legislative allocations are on the smaller side than what is deemed necessary, and preventing the department from utilizing available lands for revenue generation pits the current lessees who have their leases that have gotten off the wait list against those who are waiting on the wait list, because it doesn't allow the department to apply revenue from general leases to the development of infrastructure, thus giving applicants an opportunity to get their lease.
Thank you. And just to clarify, you guys already have a definition for beneficiary consultation?
Consultation.
Sorry, I don't know if you could hear me. So just to clarify, you guys already have a definition for beneficiary consultation?
Yes, we do. And in addition, we actually have administrative rules for beneficiary consultation.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions, Representative Kobayashi?
For HHL, could you give me an example of where you might be required to generate revenues and hence bypass a beneficiary?
Right now, the department has in the past generated bond revenue to, again, conduct infrastructure construction during times when the department did not receive allocations from the legislature. The funds from available lands, general leases, etc., are funds that are dedicated to pay off the interest and these bonds. Many of the homes in upcountry Maui the vertical is being built because we were able to finance the infrastructure costs via the revenue bonds.
Okay, so but in a short-term situation, going forward, you would still want to carry on this practice of leasing out money so that you could generate monies to pay off bonds?
In addition to paying for operating costs, in addition to paying for additional infrastructure costs, correct.
Well,
we have to have all of the tools at our disposal to keep the development pipeline going in order to have lots that are developed available for the vertical to be built for folks that are coming off the wait list.
I see. Isn't that why people are complaining? I mean, you're putting ahead of beneficiary use monies to balance the budget. I mean, if the legislature doesn't give you money to operate, then you simply have to either not do something or wait until you get the money.
Unless we can generate our own money, which is, it is a choice as a trustee or as a fiduciary to the trust where we have to choose between beneficiary classes, those who have their leases already, those who want to get a lease, and then there's a third beneficiary class, those who are not currently on the wait list but are eligible via blood quantum to be on the list. So the department and the commission needs all of the tools that it can have in order to have the greatest flexibility to meet all of the beneficiary class needs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Holt.
Thank you, Chair Ayla. So just to clarify what Representative Kobayashi was saying, the lands that you use to generate revenue, these are commercial lands, correct? These are not lands that are suited for housing?
These are lands that have been through our planning processes and through previous beneficiary consultation determined to be either commercial or industrial, and its use dedicated to generating revenue for the department.
And these revenues would be used to build out new lots and infrastructure. And if you guys weren't going to be out there seeking these revenues, you guys would just be waiting around for the legislature to give you additional funding?
Yes, and in many cases, it supplements and complements the allocation from the legislature.
Thank you. And last question, there's a couple of clauses in this bill that says unless otherwise determined through promulgation of federal regulations. And I don't know, that just seems a little bit odd to me. Does that is that referencing federal recognition, or what did, in your guys' opinion?
Yeah, I don't know for sure. I'm assuming that it has to do with the rules that are promulgated by the Department of Interior. I'm not sure what effect those would have. There have not been that many rules promulgated by the Department of Interior to date.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Bronco.
To DHHL, what is the current reporting requirement to the legislature and to beneficiaries?
We have an annual report that is submitted to the legislature. We also have monthly reports that are submitted to the commission, and those are available on our website.
How much revenue is generated from the lands that are leased to non-beneficiaries?
It ranges between $15 and $19 million. This current economic downturn is closer to about $9 to $10 million.
And what is the shortfall in terms of budget for generating income for beneficiaries? What is your general estimate of a shortfall? Sorry, let me be more exact. How much more money do you folks need to increase in general budget for shortfalls?
If you were to take a look at our sufficient sums budget, it's somewhere between $140 and $200 million a year.
Thank you. Chair, if I may ask some more questions?
Keep on going.
To Robin Danner. Okay. Ms. Danner, how many homestead associations are active, and how many individual members do you represent in the SHA?
We're 34 years old. We currently have 42 different homestead associations across the state. We have individual members across the state, but plus in 17 states on the continent that are on the wait list. Our totals as of the end of December in individuals totaled well over 341, I believe, at the last report of individuals that took the time to actually register.
How many beneficiaries are there that receive homestead, the total number that are currently on homestead?
There are just under 10,000 over 100 years. This is the 100-year anniversary. There are only 10,000 lessees across the state on 6 islands. And as you know, well over 28,000 on the wait list.
Thank you very much.
Representative Luke?
Is
Chair
there
Luke?
other questions? Okay, if not, let's move on to the next bill. House Bill 1124, House Draft 1, relating to Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. First up, it is DHHL.
Once again, mahalo, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, members of the committee. The department submits comments on this bill, and it's very much related to concerns about second positions and how it would impact the reserves that the department would need to carry. We have laid out where our leasehold situation is very different from other leasehold situations where anyone is able to buy those leaseholds. Our leaseholds it's a small market, and it's not conducive to the revenue generation of non-Hawaiian homestead leasehold situations. So with that, we'll stand on our testimony.
Thank you very much. Next up is the Shaw.
Good afternoon. Again, Robin Danner for the SHA. We stand in absolute support of House Bill 1124. Very much committee members. House Bill 1124 is about ending perhaps unintended, but definitely resulting in redlining. Redlining is alive and well in the bluest state of the country, unfortunately, and this outstanding measure would make sure that your Native Hawaiian citizens in this state have parity with all other citizens as it relates to equity and valuations of vertical improvements that we own, not the land. It would make sure that we have parity on access to capital, which would release literally hundreds of millions of dollars in trapped equity that would very much become a part of the economic recovery of our state. This is an outstanding bill for a state like Hawaii that has not been noticed that redlining is occurring. I would like to say, Chair Luke, that neither 1122 or 1124 creates new law per se. The current federal statute does not require the state government to generate revenue for this purpose or for 1122. This committee has been generous and has $100 million in CIP dollars sitting at DHHL today, plus appropriated. There's $150 million sitting in our trust account from Act 14. This agency is flush with cash, and I agree with the representative that waitlist Native Hawaiians need to come before least revenue generation. I hope that the committee will pass 1124 without amendment to untie the hands of your Native Hawaiian citizens that have a right to prosperity based on the assets that they own in their homes, their farms, and their ranches. So we stand on our testimony in strong support. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next up is Homelani Shadell.
Yes, aloha, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and members of the committee. I am Homelani Shadell, Hawaiian Homes Commission Act beneficiary, an advocate for the Hawaiian Homes Trust, and a loan servicer with over 30 years of experience in mortgage banking. And I'll just quickly point out the points of this bill that I have concerns with in respect to the appraisals. Primarily, it is the insurer or the guarantee or the grantor that sets the underwriting policies, which includes appraisal guidelines for lenders. So therefore, amending this, the HHCA will not affect this change. And I'm really concerned and opposed to using the HHCA as a vehicle to circumvent federal agencies and private mortgage insurance companies' underwriting guidelines. As to the second positioned loans, I just want for clarity that it is the Commission, not the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, who has the authority to consent to a mortgage. There are several questions that I have that I would ask your committee to review and consider and to look into before considering forwarding this bill. Regarding the loan servicing manual, I understand the intent, and if DHHL, this question should be posed directly to DHHL, whether or not they have a loan servicing manual to address the above. However, instead of using the HHCA to effect this change, I believe that Title 10 administrative rules would be the more appropriate vehicle to implement this request. And finally, regarding the oversight of lenders to a certain compliance with minimum loan loss mitigation procedures, DHHL cannot have oversight of a lender's loan. A lender may retain the servicing of their loans or enter into a loan servicing agreement with a loan servicer to service their loans. Primarily, most of the loans on Hawaiian homestead lands are FHA loans. DHHL does not step into the picture until FHA assigns the loans to DHHL, and thereafter, DHHL has 1 year to cancel the lease from date of the assignment by HUD. I understand the intent of this bill, and there is some merit to it. However, I am very concerned whenever any portion of the HHCA is being amended to effect change that could otherwise be done in a different vehicle or way with respect to Title 10. I appreciate your time and mahalo for allowing me to voice my mana'o.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? Representative Hope.
Thank you, Chair. For Ms. Shaw, you know, I'm not completely aware, but I have been learning more about community development, financial institutions, and you know how they could really benefit the department. Is the Shaw a CDFI?
The Shaw has incorporated a CDFI, yes. CNHA is a CDFI, Hawaiian Community Assets is a CDFI, and a number of credit unions in Hawaii are CDFIs, definitely.
Okay, thank you.
So we do have a CDFI, it's called Hawaiian Lending and Investments, Rep. Holt.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 1008, relating to forest stewardship. First up is DNR.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. David Smith, Division of Forestry and Wildlife. We strongly support this bill and will stand on our written testimony.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions, members? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 1012, House Draft 1, relating to rentals for public land leases. First up, it is DNR.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Ian Hirokawa with DLNR Land Division. We'll stand on our testimony in support of the measure and be available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 1015, House Draft 2, relating to disposition of water licenses by the Board of Land and Natural Resources. First up, it is DNR.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Ian Hirokawa with DLNR Land Division. Stand on our testimony in support of the measure and be available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Office of Hawaiian Affairs.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, members of the committee. Wayne Tanaka for the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. You have a written comments on this bill. I just say that, you know, we do share some of the well-founded concerns that are being raised about the lack of substantive and procedural protections in the issuance of long-term water licenses through direct negotiation. Apart from the substantive protections that are being raised by others, we have provided some amendments in our testimony regarding notice and DLNR approval requirements. We do believe this will help thread the needle on this issue, give the DLNR the flexibility it needs to negotiate and issue long-term water licenses while providing the public with clarity as to whether and how the guidelines in the bill have been actually applied. You know, I think I'll just say that, you know, this added meaningful public transparency requirement combined with any other substantive protections will ultimately give the DLNR leverage in its direct negotiations on behalf of the state with what may be, you know, relatively or extremely powerful corporate interests, and hopefully will help ensure that the DLNR takes advantage of this leverage. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is DHHL.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair. We stand on our comments. However, I'd like to highlight the department's position that there needs to be some criteria by which appraisals are done for water licensing. It's very important to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands because 30% of the revenue coming off of water licenses, of course, goes to our rehabilitation fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Sierra Club.
Aloha, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and members of the committee. My name is Marty Townsend on behalf of the Sierra Club. You have our written testimony. We stand in opposition to this bill. And I just want to give a little bit of context. I think an issue in this particular bill is trust. The DLNR has a long history of favoring corporate large-scale diversions over small farmers, rural families, and traditional and customary water uses, and also to the detriment of stream ecosystems. And that history, it's still fresh. It wasn't that long ago. It still stinks. And At this point, there's nothing in the record to indicate a fundamental change in DLNR's approach. That is why the public is insisting on specific and enforceable protections for our streams, for small water users and for traditional and customary practices. We also just need to make sure that we do a better job of protecting the public's interests before we do anything that would consider expanding the opportunity for direct negotiations, which are deals made outside of the public eye. And I just want to highlight that, HRS 171-58C already has provisions for direct negotiations, but only in very limited circumstances and under very strict standards. So you have to have a non-polluting, non-consumptive use of water that does not affect the quality or volume of the stream. You have to complete a conservation district use permit, a watershed management plan, and an EIS finding no significant impact. And you have to get the approval of the legislature through concurrent resolution and the governor. This is a lot to ask. It is a very, very high bar. And I highlight this only to inform your thinking as you consider the options of expanding direct negotiations, that there really needs to be a high standards for protecting the public's water when it's being diverted for private uses. And I'm available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Nakupuna Moku Okeawe.
Oops. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I can't see you, but I'm going to go ahead and do it. Excuse me. I'm having just a problem here. It'll be corrected right this second. Okay, regarding HB 1015, the water licenses, we stand in opposition. I'm Hanalei Ferguson. I'm the spokesperson for Nakupuna Moku Okeawe. This bill is similar to other bills like extending leases on public lands. The inherent problem is that the state of Hawaii is a trustee of land ceded to them. Those resources of the lawful property of the Hawaiian Kingdom government, Crown and government, first seized by the provisional government, then ceded to the United States as part of the annexation that never happened, then ceded back to the new state of Hawaii via the Admissions Act with trust conditions. The state being a trustee of the ceded lands, the public lands, it is the obligation of the trustee to protect trust corpus. Long-term leases of those resources is tantamount to selling off the trust properties. This bill takes from the public resources that belong to the public and puts them into private hands. This deprives the public from access to those public resources, essentially putting another party or private party between the source and the beneficiary. It is repeated consistently that water is free and that we only pay for the delivery. If this is being true, then this bill is like putting a toll booth in the delivery system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up is Farmers Voice Hawaii.
Top portion of the buckle. Aloha. It is Hawaiian Airlines. Sorry, I'm about ready to take off. I just needed to reiterate my written testimony that this has been a long and drawn out process that I'm super tired of. I've been testifying since 1985. K&I East Maui taro farmers are harvesting taro that is rotten, that is not getting the cool water that they need to grow taro. And I am embarrassed by the fact that Suzanne Case makes jokes about her cousin having interest in KIUC, and she pays the same for AOL. It's really disgusting. This will be the last time I ever testify for water rights. You guys should be able to see clearly, and you can read my written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Earth Justice.
Hello, Chair Luke, members of the committee. My name is Lena Alole. I'm an attorney with Earth Justice.
our office has litigated for many years to restore water to communities across the state that have suffered from historical plantation diversions from Waihole on Oahu to Nawaiʻeha on Maui to Waimea on Kauai. We've also been involved in the revocable permit process before the board and have experience with how they treat water dispositions and the types of substantive protections that are and are not placed when these types of permits are given out. So I'm going to stand in my written testimony, but I'd like to clarify that, you know, there's big problems in the water leasing program, and we certainly support DLNR's efforts to try and improve some of those problems, but this bill is very much tinkering at the edges. This statute dates back to before the water code was enacted to the plantation era. It's a very old statute, and this is reflected in these water dispositions. And even though the department is trying to turn it around so that these aren't private water rights any longer, which would reflect the Constitution and the state water code, it's fundamentally flawed in both the way the statute's written and the way it's been implemented by the board. There's a number of issues that we've brought up repeatedly during the revocable permit process. We've asked the board to comply with its public trust duties by imposing some very basic measures on water diverters. This would include metering not only of the stream and the diversion, so there's an understanding of what proportion of the stream a diverter is actually taking out of the stream, but also to monitor alternative sources or to provide data to the board on alternative sources of water, because under the Constitution, water diverters and the board, they have a duty to mitigate the impact of the resource in communities by considering what are the alternative water sources they have. And we've also asked the board to look very carefully in the case of Hawaii Island Utility Cooperative that takes water from Wailua. If the utility actually needs the water that it says it does for power generation, the hydro plants up there have been offline for roughly a year and a half. And the utility has continued to represent, you know, we need this water for power generation, yet it hasn't been generating power from those plants for the past year and a half. So that's just to give you some background on where the community is coming from when testimony is submitted, asking that the legislature place some substantive protections on water resources through this bill. And so to echo some of those substantive protections really quickly, there should be a 10-year cap on leases. Those streams for which there is no IFS set, which is a primary mechanism for protecting stream water, the diversion should be capped at 50% until the Water Commission is able to exercise its expertise and set a scientifically based IFS for the stream. There should be accurate, like I already explained, water monitoring, not only of the stream and the diversion, but alternative sources of water that a diverter might have available to meet any reasonable beneficial use it might have. And then we do believe that there should be some exemption from the more onerous burdens on traditional taro farmers who, by definition, that traditional and customary right is already protected by the state constitution and does not have the same type of negative impact on the water resource that these large scale water diversions have. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Waiole Valley Taro Hui.
Aloha, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and members of the committee. I'm Kapua Sproat, and I'm testifying today on behalf of the Waiole Valley Taro Hui on Kauai. I'm a law professor at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, and my students and I have been providing free legal assistance to the Hui small family kalo farmers for the past 2 years in their quest to have their traditional practice of kalo cultivation survive this transition into a modern legal system, including compliance with HRS 171. The Hui stands on a written testimony, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next up is Center for Biological Diversity.
Aloha mai kako, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, members of the committee. My name is Max Phillips. I am the Hawaii Director and Staff Attorney for the Center for Biological Diversity. We stand on our written testimony in strong opposition to this bill. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next up is David Kimo Franco.
Aloha.
Aloha.
When it comes to our agricultural lands and conservation lands, the legislature has adopted strict criteria, substantive criteria in the law. When it comes to our coastal resources, the legislature has adopted substantive standards that protect our coastal resources. That's in Chapter 205A, and the land use ones are in Chapter 205. But when it comes to streams, there are no substantive criteria. There are no meaningful standards. What that has meant is that, for example, in East Maui, the Board of Land and Natural Resources has year after year authorized A and B to take 100% of the water from 13 streams. That results in no water in those streams 80% of the time. When you take all the water out of a stream, you don't have a stream. That is wrong. That is not a balanced decision. That's why we need some substantial, substantive criteria, meaningful criteria in the law that DLNR refuses to do. Just some basic minimal standards. That's what we're asking for. If you look at what the Board of Land and Natural Resources did just a few months ago, they, after being repeatedly criticized for what they do, given that so much of the water that's taken out of these streams is wasted, they redefined the word waste so that waste no longer means what any of us know it means. So in fact, most of the water taken from East Maui streams now is wasted. It's lost due to seepage and evaporation. If the lands in central Maui, the reservoirs were required to be covered, if they were required to be lined, there'd be significantly less waste. Instead, we're draining streams dry for no purpose other than to waste that water. That's wrong. We need minimal standards because DLNR refuses to support any. This bill should die. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Paulette Roberson.
Here, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Hawaii State Legislatures. I am Paulette Ka'ala Roberson. I have retired back on the island of Hawaii after being gone for about 50 years. I was born here on the islands. My family have a history of owning property through the Great Mahele. I have a vested interest in this particular House bill. I've returned to the islands and I look at what's going on the islands from a simplistic point of view because I've been away from the islands for so many years and I've been part of the mainland system, which means, you know, we have a government that has systems, a government that has procedures, everything down the line from our state government to the federal government, we have procedures in place. I find when it comes to dealing with Hawaii in general, I find that there's so much bureaucracy that it actually hurts me. But let me get to my testimony. The DLNR was created under HRS number 26-15 and must follow the HAR, which is Hawaii Administrative Rules Title 13, to manage, navigate the Hawaiian Islands, and I say this, archipelago for the public trust for the current and future generations of Hawaii. There has been a relationship between the DLNR and private corporate entities, one of them being part of the Big Five, which is A and B, companies who have profited, whose profit motive ethos is to usurp Hawaii's natural resources and its private economic benefit, political power, and monetary gain for itself. This ethos is not unlike most corporations in the USA and under our capitalist economic system. The continued favored entity relationship between the DLNR and private corporate entities has lasted and will continue with the approval of this statute, which is derived during the formation of the Hawaii Republic to usurp the Ahapua'a land management system in place on the Hawaii Island archipelago since inhabitation by Polynesian systems with societal governing norms or pre-Western contact. I want to say these words. The Ahapua'a land management system existed and it utilized the natural rain gravity flow from mountaintop to ocean to feed and nourish the land elevations of terrace farming of food crops, mountain meadows, and island forests to sustain human communities and animals of these islands archipelago. The Ahapua'a management system is real and recognizable system as referenced in the educational books in Hawaii legal documents, as itemized in the Native Hawaiian Rights Handbook, recognized by scholars, politicians, educational institutions, private and nonprofit Hawaiian organizations, national art consortiums, and the Hawaii state government. The Hawaii state government is mandated to oversee Crown lands, Hawaii trust lands, public lands created and recognized during the formation of the state of Hawaii as part of the United States of America. I oppose the approval of this statute because it continues the favored preferred relationship between the DLNR and private corporate entities whose both end objectives endangers and dismisses the obvious natural rainwater gravity flow of nature and the Ahapua'a land management system that has preserved and perpetuated the Hawaiian Islands archipelago before man walked on this land. The diversion and damming and prohibition of water use along the island's natural above and underground rain water veins, and I use the word water veins because all Hawaiians know that, V-A-I-N, by a favored preferred status user is illegal in the objectives of HRS number 26-15 and HAR Title 13, by which the DLNR is chartered and obliged to honor. I'm a native Hawaiian because I have cocoa, and I find today is a day to hold accountable those individuals and entities who do not intellectually take seriously those words put in print in HRS 26-15 and HAR Title 13, and then seriously save our Hawaiian Islands archipelago from ecological ruin by narrow-minded individuals that see our islands as a resource to profit for themselves. The reality is our archipelago is finite. Finite meaning it will run out of resources. Water is one of the resources of the Hawaiian Islands, been here before man even walked on, man, Kanaka, we even walked on this island. The lessons of our Hawaiian culture, for instance, the Ahu land management system worked. And one of the ways it worked is it prohibited the overuse of resources and it practiced replenishment. One of the items in this bill that is deleted, which is section F, actually talks to a water management plan. I find it irresponsible for this House bill to delete section F, which directly talks to a water management system, which is part of the Ahapua'a land management system that's been here before me, you, or even man that walked on these islands. I appreciate the time for me to give you my testimony. I pray and I hope that sense will come and we will take care of this island so that our resources, one of the resources, which is water, keeps people alive, keeps plant alive, continues to do what it's done for years in our archipelago, which is to enrich everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Mary Ann Pahukua.
Aloha, Mary Ann Pahukua, subsistence farmer and descendant of East Maui Moku, representing my kupuna today, who have opposed commercialism and corporate control regarding our water since the 1860s. I stand strongly opposing this bill as it lacks transparency and continues the generational trend of this legislative body, which has continued to support imperialism and corporate control over Hawaii public trust resources on public lands, including crown lands that is considered private lands for the subsistence use, not commercial. This bill supports the backdoor deals and exploitation of our water. The current corporations, Alexander and Baldwin, which continue to disregard the clear title issues as mentioned, as they cannot prove ownership and continue to disregard humanitarian rights and water rights to stakeholders of Ko'olau and Hamakuamoku on Maui, including but not limited to Mokuokeawe, Oahu, and Kauai Islands. The new guys, Mahipoho, whose big brother and primary corporate investment group descends from Canada, has very dirty hands worldwide, involved with private prisons, immigration detention centers, and of course, private water rights purchasing in Australia and beyond. This bill would empower these same dirty hands. This body should recuse themselves from involvement with the PSP, the Canada Pension Fund, and its affiliates. It is my recommendation that the body rejects this bill while supporting solutionary actions like a working group with East Maui watershed stakeholders and water studies conducted by non-biased parties. And we, this body, needs to support and work with our counties to ensure all parties are serving the people of Hawaii, not the corporations abroad, breaking humanitarian laws. It is appalling that we have to find and dig and reveal the dark secrets of these corporations who have greenwashed and continue to greenwash our community with narratives, mismanage our watersheds, and continue to culturally appropriate their products and packages with Hawaiian names. It has come to my attention that 150 plus testimonies have been submitted to this committee today in opposition and only 3 in support. This number may change, but I doubt it'll change by much. This body has the kuleana to work with Hawaii entities, not foreign corporations. Water licenses or leases should be approved by East Maui watershed stakeholders, councils, and Maui County water boards to ensure fiduciary duties and delivery of our upcountry water users, both agricultural and residential, as we do have kuleana to support Department of Hawaiian Homelands in Waiahuli, a homestead up in upcountry Maui, where East Maui water is delivered to by Maui County water systems. This bill reminds me of the quote, "The more corrupt the state, the numerous the laws." With that being said, I hope that Hawaii's largest water fight will soon come to an end, serving corporations, and will begin to serve the people of these lands. Again, my ohana opposes this bill. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Debbie Lee Jackson. Not here. Okay, that's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? Representative Wildberger.
Thank you, Chair. For the DLNR, please.
Yes.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm interested in your knowledge about the agreement that gave Mahipono 30 million gallons a day after the last water theft bill failed in the Senate 2 years ago. Do you have information and can you share under what terms that agreement was made, please?
Are you referring to the revocable permit that they hold? I mean, the revocable permit, yeah, is held between Alexander and Baldwin and EMI, and it's just been the revocable permit that has been in existence for a number of years. It's been amended over the years to, accordingly in the last few years by the board, but it's basically the same revocable permit that's been on record for.
And what is the term of that permit?
A year-to-year permit. Well, excuse me, it's a month-to-month revocable permit, but subject to approval or renewal by the board every year.
Annually?
Yes.
And is there any compensation given to the state for that permit?
Yes, there's rent for each. There's 4 permits and each one has a rent assessed to it.
And what is the revenue for those permits?
I don't recall offhand. They each have different amounts and they're adjusted by CPI every year.
I'd be interested in those details.
Okay, I'll follow up and give you the numbers.
Thanks for that. Also, I'm wondering, it has been shared that the infrastructure for the diversions is largely damaged and aged and in requiring fixing. Has the DLNR asked these diverters to maintain these systems so that we are not wasting water, or are they still the same status quo where water is being dumped and diverted and then dumped inadvertently all over and not actually used? Because as a previous testifier suggested, lining reservoirs or covering, there are also issues with transmission lines where there's failures and water is just simply dumping and not being used for any purpose. Is the DLNR doing anything to remedy those issues?
Well, I would note that a lot of the infrastructure is on private land. On the on the state lands where the infrastructure is, they do have to maintain it in good repair, keep it maintained. But I would note that one, they're subject to a limited amount of water that they can divert. So they would need to, it's in their incentive to maintain their system in order to use the water. Secondly, is that yes, we are looking at the the idea of maintaining the infrastructure to prevent the sort of seepage and whatnot. And I believe I'll send you the last board approval. There was I can't remember what it was offhand, but the board did take action to address it, or wanted some more information. But I can send you the latest board approval. It was an issue that was brought up in the last, and the board did make a decision about it.
And as you know, many downstream users have had to go to court for their right to get stream water restored. And that has been successful by lawsuit in several places. But as a previous testifier mentioned, we still have 13 streams that have not had flow returned to them. Is the DLNR doing anything to measure stream flow or return water to those 13 dry stream beds?
Well, that would be an issue more for the Commission on Water Resource Management to address, about setting, determining what is the appropriate stream flow amounts. That being said, I think that'd be something that need to be resolved before a long-term lease is issued. So, the Commission would have to address that.
Thank
But
you
it wouldn't
for
be the
making
board.
that statement. I was going to ask if you thought that was something reasonable that should take place prior to what I consider water theft 2.0 here today. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 753, House Draft 1, relating to school impact fees. First up, it is DHHL.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Cullen, members of the committee. We stand on our testimony in strong support of this measure.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Department of Education. Nope, not there. Okay, next up is Tax Foundation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation. We've submitted written testimony. The basic idea is that we're concerned that exempting additional living units, even though they can house families and children, does not seem to be in line with the philosophy of the tax, and will at a minimum cause others to pay for the schools needed for the additional children in those units. I'll be happy to answer your questions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, that's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, House Bill 149. We have the City and County of Honolulu Transportation Services.
Aloha, Chair. Thank you very much. We are in strong support of this bill. We stand on our written testimony. We're available to answer any questions you have about our card and the need for the legislation.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions, members? If not, let's move on to the last bill, House Bill 80, relating to low-income housing tax credit. First up, it is HHFDC.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Denise Matsubara for HHFDC. We stand on our written testimony offering comments and also support the current amendments being proposed by Joe Tax. Thank you very much.
Very much. Next up is Department of Taxation.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. The Department of Taxation stands on its written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 80. Oh, sorry. Next up is Tax Foundation.
Thank you, Chair. Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation of Hawaii. We've submitted written testimony. We'll stand on written testimony and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Next up is Sugar Creek Capital.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, members of the committee, and my name is Lou Bosser from Sugar Creek Capital. We stand on our written testimony and fully support the amendments proposed by the Department of Taxation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Hunt Companies.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair Lori Lam on behalf of Hunt Companies and Hunt Capital Partners. We are in strong support of this bill and also support the amendments requested by the Department of Taxation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Next up is Dowling Company.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke. This is Sandy Wong on behalf of the Dowling Company. We submitted written testimony and support. We'll stand on it and available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? If not, let's recess for decision making. Thank you, Committee on Finance. Will reconvene for decision-making on our 12 p.m. agenda. First up, it is House Bill 185. This is relating to the judiciary budget. This will be deferred until end of calendar of Agenda 3 after we're done with Agenda 3 this evening. So this will be deferred until we are done with Agenda 3 tonight. Okay. Next up is House Bill 204 relating to the budget of OHA. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote. Please take the vote.
Members voting on House Bill 204, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 73 relating to emergency workers. Recommendation is to pass as a HD2, putting in a defective date and technical non-substantive changes. Any discussion? Representative Peruso.
Based on the testimony from the Office of the Public Defender, I'm going to be voting no.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on HB 73, House Draft 1, recommendation of the chair is to pass with amendments, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? I have a no vote from Representative Peruso. Any other members voting no? All other members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 529 relating to residential real property. Recommendation is to pass as a HD1, and Representative Matayoshi, who is the author, provided some amendments, which I don't have. Also, this one, there is a proposed draft that Representative Matayoshi provided. So what I'm gonna do is, Senator Chris Lee, that's very inappropriate for you to be taking random photos of us right now. Go back to your floor and not be on this floor. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Stalker alert. What I'm gonna do is, why don't we defer decision-making on House Bill 529 until end of calendar for Agenda 3, so I can send you this draft instead of me explaining it. Okay. Let me put some sticky. Okay, next up is House Bill 662 relating to firearm ownership. Recommendation is to pass as a HD1 with a defective date and technical non-substantive changes. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on House Bill 662, recommendation of the chair is to pass with amendments, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 884, House Draft 1 relating to Office of Information Practices. Recommendation is to pass as a HD2 with a defective date and technical non-substantive changes. Any questions? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on HB 884 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass with amendments, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair, recommendation is adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 929, House Draft 1 relating to qualified domestic relations order. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on HB 929 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1090 relating to child passenger restraints. Recommendation is to pass as a HD1 with the blank fee and defective date and technical non-substantive changes. Any questions, discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on HB 1090, recommendation of the chair is to pass with amendments, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Okay, next up it is House Bill 1096, House Draft 1 relating to parentage. Recommendation is to pass as a HD1, inserting a defective effective date and technical non-substantive changes. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
HD2?
HD2, correct. Thank you, Representative Kobayashi. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on House Bill 1096 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass with amendments, noting all members present, any members voting reservations, reservations by Representative McDermott, any other members voting reservations, any members voting no. All members, other members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 631 relating to financial hardship. Recommendation is to pass as a HD1, putting in a defective effective date and technical non-substantive changes. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on HB 631, recommendation of the chair is to pass with amendments, noting all members present, any members voting reservations, any members voting no. Reservations?
No.
No by Representative McDermott. Any other members voting no? All other members vote aye. Chair, recommendation is adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 189 relating to designating substitute judges on the ICA. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on HB 189, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present, any members voting reservations, any members voting no. All members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 601, House Draft 2 relating to traffic court. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on House Bill 601 HD2, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present, any members voting reservations, any members voting no. All members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1144, House Draft 2 relating to agriculture. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on HB 1144 HD2, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present, any members voting reservations, any members voting no. All members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 497, House Draft 1 relating to county zoning ordinances. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please discussion. If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on HB 497 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present, any members voting reservations. Okay, any members voting no? Okay, so I have Eli, followed by Martin, and then Wildberger, and then Peruso. Okay, so I'll read that off again. So voting no is Eli, Martin, Peruso, and Wildberger. Any other members voting no? Okay, Chair, all other members vote aye. Recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 821, House Draft 2 relating to historic preservation. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members vote on HB 821 HD2, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present, any members voting reservations, any members voting no. All members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Am I on 1018?
Yes, you are.
Okay. House Bill 1018, House Draft 2 relating to lay nets. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voted on HB 1018 HD2, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present, any members voting reservations, any members voting no. All members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1023, House Draft 1 relating to a non-resident recreational marine fishing license. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voted on HB 1023 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present, any members voting reservations, any members voting no. No by Representative McDermott. Any other members voting no. All other members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1276, House Draft 1 relating to state parks. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? Yes, Representative Kobayashi.
De Lenore had a friendly amendment on page 3
Yeah,
or
but I cannot get prior concurrence from all the chairs.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm gonna leave it up to them in conference. Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members vote on HB 1276 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is, noting all members present, any members voting reservation. Reservations by Representative McDermott. Any other members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All other members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1351, House Draft 1, relating to conservation mitigation banks. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on HB 1351, HD1, recommendation of the chairs to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? Yeah, all present members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1020, House Draft 1, relating to adapted natural resource management. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voted on HB 1020 HD1, recommendation of the chairs to pass as is, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1122, House Draft 1, relating to Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voted on HB 1122 HD1, recommendation of the chairs to pass as is, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Reservations by Representative Hope. Any other members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1124, House Draft 1, relating to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on HB 1124 HD1, recommendation of the chairs to pass as is, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1008, relating to forest stewardship. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on HB 1008 HD1, recommendation of the chairs to pass as is, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1012, House Draft 1, relating to rentals for public land leases. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voted on HB 1012 HD1, recommendation of the chairs to pass as is, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? I have reservations by Representative Peruso and Representative Wildberger. Any other members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All other members vote aye. Chair recommendation is adopted.
Thank you. For House Bill 1012, this will be deferred until end of calendar tomorrow, Wednesday.
10:15.
10:15, yeah. What did I say? 10:12.
Yeah.
Oh, 10:15. 10:15 will be deferred until end of calendar Wednesday. Next up is House Bill 753, House Draft 1, relating to school impact fees. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voted on HB 753 HD1, recommendation of the chairs to pass as is, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 149, House Draft 1, relating to gift certificates. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on House Bill 149 HD1, recommendation of the chairs to pass as is, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 80, House Draft 1, relating to LIHTC. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take, oh, Representative Kobayashi.
DOTAX and HHFDC had the same amendments.
Yeah. Again, I think we're waiting for the concurrence of the housing chair. The housing chair has their own amendments, so we're not sure if it's the same.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on House Bill 80 HD1, recommendation of the chairs to pass as is, noting all members present. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Okay, thank you. At this point in time, we will take a 1-hour recess until 5 p.m. and start with the third agenda, 1 p.m. agenda at 5 p.m. So finance will stand in recess.
The Committee on Finance will reconvene its hearings for today. We're going to open up I know we're a little delayed, but that's the Finance Committee. We hardly get delayed, but it's one of those hearings because of all the important bills. We're going to open up on our 1 p.m. agenda for today, the March 2nd, in room 308. And before I start, I just want to remind the testifiers to, please, keep unless you're testifying, please keep yourself on mute and your video off. The live streamers will identify you when your bill is up through the chat function. Also, the chat function is only used for technical support, as we did need to use it earlier today when our sound went down. Also, we did receive written testimony on these measures, and if by some reason we do get disconnected, if we do have time permitting, we will go back to testifying via Zoom, but decision making will be done based on written testimony. Also, just want to reiterate to make sure that your backgrounds is free of any copyright or trademark issues that may happen. Just want to be mindful. We don't want to get into any concerns with YouTube or Zoom, and then they asking us to take the hearings down. As you see how long we do spend in these hearings, we want to make sure all the time is spent well. So with that being said, we're going to start off with the first bill on the agenda, House Bill 1296, related to state funds. First up, we have Attorney General's Office.
Hello, Vice Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Rich Stacy from the Tobacco Enforcement Unit of the Attorney General. As noted in our testimony, the department strongly opposes the bill. In my testimony, I discussed the issue of separation of powers under current case law, which is a real concern, but here I'd like to focus on why repealing all of the funding sources for tobacco enforcement would put Hawaii at risk. Hawaii is a signatory to the 1998 Master Settlement Agreement, and the tobacco settlement money that we receive annually comes out of that. States have responsibilities under the MSA, and those who are contested by the tobacco industry and found non-diligent, who have not sufficiently enforced the requirements of the MSA, face the loss of significant portions of their annual MSA payments. In the last arbitration that has been completed, 6 states were found non-diligent and lost several $100 million of their MSA payments. Pennsylvania alone lost over $116 million. If Hawaii were to be found non-diligent in the near future, we would lose possibly about 60% of our expected annual payment, possibly near $20 million for just 1 year, and that could happen in following years also. Currently, our unit that was formed 20 years ago after the MSA remains intact. We have investigators, a team of investigators that inspect well over 1,000 tobacco retail locations a year. They also work on criminal cases, cases coming in through the post office and the airports. We certainly recognize the severity of the current budget crisis, but reducing this unit's resources, even by what might seem to be small amounts, could jeopardize much larger amounts of tobacco settlement money that we are hoping to receive in the near future. And that money is important, not just for our enforcement, but for various health purposes. And you will be hearing from some of those advocates. I am available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Department of Health Resources Administration.
Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair. I'm Lola Irvin, representing Director Libby Char for the Department of Health. The department opposes HB 1296 and requests fidelity to the original intent of Act 304 in 1999 that established the nexus between settling the lawsuit with the tobacco companies and creating the Tobacco Settlement Special Fund, the Tobacco Enforcement Special Fund, and the Tobacco Prevention and Control Trust Fund, so that it would provide funding for enforcement and improving the health outcomes of Hawaii's people. While the department receives and distributes the annual payment from the Tobacco Master Settlement Agreement, the department does not retain any funds for program use. On page 2 of our testimony, you will find a table of the distribution portions from 2000 to 2020. On table 3 of our testimony, you will find an explanation of the distribution of the annual payment that happened in fiscal year 2020. The Tobacco Prevention and Control Trust Fund portion is established and managed as a trust fund in the Hawaii Community Foundation. Through the combined efforts of policymakers and the trust fund's program of work, Hawaii experienced a significant reduction in smoking rates, resulting in $1 billion saved in direct healthcare costs from 2000 to 2017. However, there is much work left to be done. Annually, more than 1,400 adults in Hawaii will die prematurely from smoking-related deaths, and 1,000 keiki will lose at least one parent from smoking-related deaths. By now, about 1/3 of our high school students are vaping, and in the counties, it's even higher, 36% in Maui and Kauai counties. HB 1296 would dismantle the effective infrastructure in place for the comprehensive tobacco prevention and quit smoking services for youth and adults, something we really need right now to keep going during the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide testimony.
Thank you. Next, we have Budget and Finance, Director Craig Harai.
Oh, can you hear me, Chair? Vice Chair?
I can hear you.
I'm Craig Hurai, Director of Finance. You have our written testimony. We also, well, we're concerned about the deposit of tobacco settlement money into the EBRF. And I'm available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have American Heart Association, Don Wiseman.
Aloha, Vice Chair Cullen and members of the committee. I'm Don Weisman with American Heart Government Relations Director for the American Heart Association. You've got my written testimony. I won't go through all of it, but I'll highlight some key points. And one of the first thing I want to highlight is that tobacco use costs Hawaii residents $526 million in annual healthcare costs, and that equates to about $836 per household annually for state and federal taxes to cover tobacco-caused healthcare expenditures. That's even for houses who don't have smokers in them. We're all subsidizing the tobacco industry's profits. And this is the Tobacco Prevention and Control Special Fund is different from other special funds in that it's really a legacy fund. It was set up as was shared earlier, that as part of a settlement with the tobacco industry for the deceptions it had done for years and years on our public, and lying about the dangers of its products to our public. And the settlement was meant to offset any future damages. So the state basically gave up its right to pursue future damages from the industry once it entered into that settlement. And so, we're left with paying the costs now going forward. So it's in our best interest to reduce those costs by trying to reduce tobacco use in our state and eliminate it if possible. The Department of Health shared the information on how much money that those tobacco prevention and control efforts have brought to our state. For every dollar spent on tobacco prevention, Hawaii has saved $6.64 in direct healthcare costs over the last decade. And over the last 20 years, we've been able to cut adult smoking rates in our state by half. It's now less than 13% of Hawaii adult smoking, which is among the lowest among any state in the country. And our youth smoking rates have also been reduced even more greatly, coming down by almost 5 times, from the mid 20 range to about a little less than 5% now that are smoking. So it's been very effective use of that money. Despite that, we still have those lower rates. We still have some sizable disparities in our populations, including Native Hawaiians, the LGBTQ community, those in the lower socioeconomic brackets, and Hawaii's mental health population are all smoking at much higher rates. So we still have work to do. And of course, the industry has now introduced new electronic smoking products, which aren't regulated like the traditional tobacco products. And without that needed parity in regulations and taxes on those products, the industry is taking advantage of it and has marketed those products heavily to our children and created a new epidemic. So even if the legislature is committed to funding tobacco prevention and control programs and cessation programs at the current rate of investment through general fund, it would not have the same impact. The monies that are invested in the Tobacco Prevention and Control Special Fund are invested by the Hawaii Community Foundation, which grows that investment, something that can't be done through the general fund. You can't grow the money to have a greater impact. And then grants made from the special fund are actually able to be stretched to longer lengths because it's not confined to the legislature's 2-year budget cycle. And so some of those grants are for 4 years, which allows the programs to establish better quality, sustained efforts and attract better employees because they know that they won't lose their job in 2 years or less from the time that the funding begins and ends. And then finally, even if you make that commitment through the general fund, it would result in a disruption of services to the community because grantees would need to wait for the legislature and governor to release the funds, and then further delays would result from the state's procurement process, which often takes at least a year to get the money out. So there'd be a big gap in those services to the public, which is, as Lola Irvin mentioned, is really needed right now during the COVID crisis because there is a direct correlation between COVID and tobacco use. So for those reasons, we're urging you not to dismantle or take funds from the life-saving work being done through the State Tobacco Prevention and Control Special Fund and to support the legacy that it represents, the healthcare savings that its investments provide to Hawaii residents and to the countless lives it's saving both today and in the future. Mahalo.
Thank you. Okay, Hawaii Disability Rights Center, Louis Urstrick. Not here. Okay. In opposition, John Burns School of Medicine, Kelly Whitty. Okay. Tax Foundation of Hawaii, Tom Yamachika. Okay. Hawaii COPD Coalition, Valerie Chang. Okay. Hamakua Kohala Health, Catherine Akioka.
I am here.
Okay.
And I represent the Hamakua Kohala Health Center on the Big Island of Hawaii. I have been a tobacco cessation actually provider for just over 45 years. Until the tobacco settlement happened and the Tobacco Prevention and Control Fund was set up, there were no monies to help people quit smoking. So all of my time, almost 40 years, has been devoted to helping people quit without any support financially or even from the community to help people that are smoking quit smoking. Before our health center got the grant monies and I was doing this work, I only was able to help a couple hundred people. But since 2013, when we got that grant, we have been able to, just in 7 short years, be able to help over 500 people who are trying to quit smoking. We've also been able to reach out to thousands of our Big Island youth and give them information about the harms of vaping and encourage them to quit or not even try to become a vapor. What I am concerned about, I'm in strong opposition of this bill, is that if this happens, very likely the monies that will be used have been used for cessation will disappear. Most of the public only think about prevention and control, but there's a real need for those who are facing a nicotine addiction. They need medical help. in order to be able to overcome this addiction. And even then, they still need encouragement and help to remain free of this addiction. And without this commitment, without this money from the Tobacco Trust Fund, we wouldn't be able to provide those services. For an example, I have a college student just recently that wanted to quit vaping. And because of our program, she's been able to do that. And she has thanked us over and over because she didn't know what else to do and she was able to come to us. So I strongly urge that, that you reconsider, and I am in opposition of this bill, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Hawaii Public Health Institute. Jessica.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair and Chair, members of the committee. Jessica Yamauchi on behalf of the Coalition for Tobacco-Free Hawaii, a program of the Hawaii Public Health Institute, testifying in opposition to House Bill 1296. We recognize the serious budget deficits the state is facing. However, the long-term costs and harms of repealing the trust fund and the services it provides will greatly outweigh any short-term benefits. The trust fund was created in 2001 to reduce smoking and tobacco use among youth and adults through education, prevention, and cessation. The trust fund currently receives 12.5% of Hawaii's annual MSA payment and is the primary source for dedicated tobacco control funding. It provides prevention and cessation services across all 6 major islands to reduce tobacco use and healthcare costs, prioritizing programs that serve populations most burdened by tobacco use. Currently, Hawaii spends $7.9 million per year on tobacco prevention and cessation, less than a third of what the tobacco industry spends in Hawaii on marketing alone. As mentioned, a 2018 report by the Department of Health found tobacco prevention and control efforts saved the state over $1 billion in healthcare costs over the last 20 years. It's a strong return on investment. $1 in prevention yields $6.64 in savings. Beyond cost savings, these programs save lives. Tobacco use remains the leading preventable cause of death in our state and in the country, with 1,400 people dying in Hawaii each year. The recent rise in e-cigarette use among youth has highlighted the ongoing need for tobacco prevention and control programs as the industry finds new ways to hook our keiki onto nicotine. And while we recognize the budget deficits the state is facing, repealing the trust fund will have drastic impacts on the health of our communities and healthcare costs. And for these reasons, we oppose House Bill 1296. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Next, we have American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, Hawaii Pacific, Cynthia Au.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Cynthia Au testifying on behalf of American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. Respectfully, we stand in strong opposition to this bill. After years of decline, we've seen sharp increases in youth tobacco use nationwide in recent years. In Hawaii, largely due to skyrocketing rates of e-cigarette use, we have seen a 5% jump in high school use rates in the last year. If the trust fund no longer existed, the campaign for tobacco-free kids projects it would increase youth smoking rates almost 9% and result in 600 more kids who will eventually die prematurely from smoking. It's also estimated to cost the state nearly $40 million in future healthcare costs. If you add the deaths from all diseases attributable to smoking, the number of annual deaths climb to 1,400 lives lost to smoking each year. In fact, if nothing is done to reduce smoking rates in our state, 21,000 kids under 18 currently alive in Hawaii will ultimately die prematurely from smoking. Given the projected budget deficit in Hawaii, it is vital that evidence-based programs are in place to reduce tobacco use and reduce taxpayer-funded healthcare costs. The longer Hawaii invests in such programs, the greater and quicker the impact on the health of our state. We understand that the legislature has to address the budget gap and the impact the pandemic has had in Hawaii, but our kids are worth more than zero. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in opposition.
Thank you. Next, we have Hawaii Community Foundation.
Hello, Chair Luke and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. While we strongly oppose this bill, it comes with a high degree of respect of the decisions you folks have to make in order to balance the budget. Our job is to provide you the factual information so that you can make the best decision for our state. I think you're hearing that from a lot of the testifiers this evening. I do want to point to one part of my testimony. It's on page 2. It's the second bullet point under the top of the page, and it starts off with the permanency. So just want to highlight this. I want to elaborate a little bit, and I'll close my testimony. It speaks to the certainty that was provided to the program that allowed us to address a severe inequitable issue in our state. And that only happened because of a few things. First and foremost, policymakers provided a high degree of certainty. Very few times over the life of this fund did the legislature ever waver on their commitment to this. At the same time, the executive branch executed, and it was an extremely important element of the success. The third piece was that certainty provided a degree of confidence for the nonprofit community to pivot, and it takes time for that to happen, to build the muscle in order to address the issue. And then finally, it provided the confidence for the philanthropic community as well as industry to step up and be co-investors in this effort. And that's the type of coordination it takes to eliminate some of these systemic inequities that exist in our community. It's definitely a banner of success that Hawaii can lean on. And one of the testifiers earlier mentioned the vaping problem. It's the same kind of muscle and commitment is going to be needed to address this issue. Chair Luke, under her leadership last year, launched an effort to address 3 major inequities. Industry stepped up, philanthropy stepped up, the legislature was united, the executive branch was united around providing access to early learning, addressing affordable housing and addressing income inequality. We were building off of the muscle that I think the Tobacco Fund helped us to develop. And it's the kind of muscle we're going to need to develop to address these issues going forward. So with that, I'll stand on the balance of our testimony. Again, I appreciate the tough decisions you folks are making, but feel strongly that this fund has delivered and will continue to deliver for Hawaii going forward. Mahalo.
Thank you, Micah. Next, we have Hope Kristen Alice.
Aloha, my name is Kristen Alice, and I'm representing Hope Services Hawaii, the largest homeless services nonprofit on Hawaii Island, and we strongly oppose this bill. While we recognize the issue the legislature is facing with a big shortfall to fill, we respectfully request that the legislature does not cut this fund. So one of the things that we do when we get a family or an individual into housing is we also connect them with wraparound services. So we don't just drop them off and say, okay, enjoy your new house, goodbye. We are connecting them with healthcare they need, with the mental health services they need, with financial services, anything and everything that we can do to help that transition into reintegrating into the community. And we recently added street medicine to our offerings, and we want to be able to offer this tobacco cessation in the future. We want to be able to offer this to our clients. So we recognize that housing is healthcare and healthcare is housing. And it's the same thing with this, or when we look at when we consider any movement to you implement austerity on effective social service programs, we pay a little bit now, or we make our kids pay a whole lot later. So for those reasons, I strongly urge you to vote against this bill. Mahalo.
Thank you. Moving on to University of Hawaii, Calbert Young.
Good evening, Chair, members. The university has submitted testimony in opposition to this measure. Although we do recognize that a provision has been afforded in the bill to provide an appropriation to the University of Hawaii Revenue Undertakings Fund, our opposition is actually based into the current structure of the fund, from which revenue bonds for the construction of JABSUM have been explicitly pledged from the tobacco settlement monies. Compromising the delivery or that revenue would have implications for the state and the university for existing bonds. Our testimony outlines the level of funding that would be required to supplant the tobacco settlement funds for debt service coverage. They exceed $117 million in remaining debt service and about $10 million a year in annual debt service. With that, we available for any questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have American Lung Association in Hawaii, Pedro Haro.
Aloha, Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Pedro Haro, Executive Director of the American Lung Association. We stand in strong opposition with this bill. You have a written testimony. The only thing that I wanted to add, in addition to a written testimony, is I have testified in front of this committee several times for a variety of public health purposes. One of the things that we learned while we're going through our public health schooling is the infrastructure that the tobacco control community has been able to build and the research to be able to further the knowledge in public health are based on a lot of these dollars that have been invested in the public health infrastructure that has been funneled through tobacco control programs. We have only been able to do that here in Hawaii because we have been able to plan long term. We have been able to build infrastructure that is able to carry things such as the Hawaii Tobacco Quit Line, and looking across time for contracts and vendors that would be able to activate those funds. That wouldn't be possible in a government infrastructure with the way that the other programs are funded right now. So we're in heavy concern, even though we know that this legislature and the representatives are committed to tobacco control, that we wouldn't be able to have the same outcomes for the programs if the structure is changed. And this would be an absolutely terrible time to be able to change infrastructure, because the vendors and the variety of different programs that are attacking not only the smoking rates in adults and children, but also the vaping rates in adults and children would have to fundamentally change, along with the reduced revenue that would come from not investing the corpus of the trust fund dollars. So we ask you to please consider rejecting this bill, voting no on this bill, and not moving it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Julian Lipsher.
Vice Chair, members of the committee, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm Julian Lipsher. I'm a member of the Coalition for Tobacco-Free Hawaii, testifying as a private citizen. I'm testifying in opposition to HB 1296. The passage of this measure would result in a variety of negative health, economic, legal, and policy consequences. In a career in public health with the Hawaii State Department of Health, including over 20 years leading the DOH tobacco program, I was involved in the inception and establishment of the Tobacco Prevention and Control Trust Fund. The purpose of the trust fund remains to reduce tobacco use and to change public norms around smoking. Under contract with the Department of Health, the fund provides support to grantees across the state for initiatives in smoking prevention and smoking cessation. The fund is also responsible to invest the portion of the dollars it receives from the tobacco settlement to sustain these components, supporting an effective state tobacco prevention and control program. This has been a collaborative effort among government, business, voluntary, and community partners. Viewed from a public health lens, the success of this sustained effort over the past 22 years can be seen from the significant reduction in smoking rates among both youth and adults. The achievement of these reductions have prevented youth from becoming long-term smokers, assisted adults addicted to nicotine to quit, and saved countless lives with hundreds of millions of dollars in healthcare costs, coupled with the emotional cost of treating nicotine addiction. Let's not forget that the tobacco industry remains ever present. They will and have not gone away. They found new ways to introduce novel delivery systems for nicotine. We see this today in the epidemic of vaping among our youth, potentially the next generation of addicted smokers. Dissolving the trust fund would send Hawaii back to where we were 2 decades ago, fighting the same battles against the multi-billion-dollar tobacco industry, virtually defenseless and without the means and resources to address their ever-present threats. I urge you to consider the good that the trust fund has accomplished for Hawaii and to oppose HB 1296. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Next, we have Bob Toyofuku.
Thank you, Vice Chair Cullen. Sorry, it took me a while to unmute.
You're welcome.
I appreciate and members of the Finance Committee, I appreciate the chance to testify this afternoon. Most of the prior testifiers went through a lot of the details, and I don't think I need to do that again. With the help of Jalen Murakami at Hi-Fi, I devised this flow chart to make it easy for members to have an idea of how the money flows. The settlement was done in 1998, and the state of Hawaii devised a bill to create the Tobacco Settlement Special Fund and the Tobacco Trust Fund in 1999. I think what you see on the chart was the current allocations that were done in 2015 after many, many changes that were done to the tobacco law. I think that what's important, I'd like to stress, and what's important is to make clear that the Tobacco Settlement Special Fund is obviously different from the Tobacco Trust Fund. You know, the Tobacco Trust Fund gets its money from the Settlement Special Fund, where all of the tobacco companies' contributions flow every year. The other important thing I wanted to emphasize, and I think Michael Kane from the Hawaii Community Foundation mentioned it, is that the trust fund is managed by the Hawaii Community Foundation. They manage the money, they invest the money, they send out the request for proposals, and they make the awards for the various grantees. So I think that there is a tremendous oversight with the HCF in the whole equation. Also, just for your information, the Department of Budget and Finance, according to the law, has oversight over the trust fund. I think what's important that Michael Kane mentioned is the need for continuity and to have a stable fund existing so that the tobacco prevention and control can move forward. And by the way, what Catherine testified on, she is a tremendous advocate of cessation. And not to confuse it, when they mention tobacco prevention and control, it does include cessation efforts, education efforts, etc. So let me close here by mentioning what I feel is important for you to know as to what the decision was in 1999, the policy decision. And the reason I wanted to do the floor chart, by the way, is there are only 4 current members of the 2021 legislature that were in the legislature when this bill was passed in 1999. And what they mentioned as a policy was this: the fund will serve as a medium for a public-private partnership to reduce tobacco consumption in Hawaii and to control and prevent chronic diseases where tobacco is a risk factor. It further stated that the fund shall serve as a mechanism to maximize financial resources for tobacco prevention and control, health promotion and disease prevention programs, children's health programs, and importantly, to serve as a long-term source of stable funding for prevention-oriented public health efforts. You know, that's why I feel the continuation of the settlement fund is very important for our future. And I thank you for the opportunity, Rep. Cullen and members, for the chance to testify. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's all the individuals indicating they would be providing further comments to their testimony over Zoom. Members, are there any questions on House Bill 1296? I will go to Representative Martin and then Representative Martin.
Hi, I have a question for Micah Kane from Hawaii Community Foundation. I wanted to know how much private funding is added to the state funding that you folks get for the tobacco prevention and cessation. That is joined together for those programs through Hawaii Community Foundation.
We could get you that number in terms of the funds that go to nonprofits that are affiliated with this effort. I don't have that at my disposal right now, but I can tell you that's probably a small portion of what actually happens in direct contribution to nonprofits who are trying to deal with this issue. The tobacco fund has been an anchor, though, that has catalyzed for the community to organize itself around a common data set, a common mission, which allowed everyone to kind of share a goal and then take collective action. That is priceless to the effort. And I think that's what Mr. Toyofuku was trying to speak to. But we will try to get you some information on that, at least what funds go to nonprofits that are in alignment with this work.
Thank you. Did you have a question?
Thank you. Members, any other questions?
I have another question.
Oh,
Sorry.
please.
Sorry, this is for the Department of Health. I think the intent is not to get rid of any tobacco prevention or cessation programs. It's to shift the funds to a more, I guess, more transparent from the point of the legislature location, and also that goes through state procurement standards. And if the money were shifted to the Department of Health, I just wonder how easy would it be for you folks to replicate the work that the Hawaii Community Foundation is doing currently?
Thank you, Representative Martin, for that question. It would not be easy for the Department of Health to replicate that, and I will implicate us in that when grants and aid go through and Department of Health has to serve as a procurement agency, it often takes more than a year, and it's a very frustrating process for community-based organizations who get funded through the department. Also, the Hawaii Community Foundation has a grant management program. The department is not allowed to do grant making. And for many of the community organizations, it is a different structure than a competitive 103D grant or a 103F type of, I'm sorry, not grant. Legally, we're not allowed to give grants. So it would have to be a 103F or a 103D contract. I do want to point out that the Hawaii Community Foundation is required, in as much as is practicable, to follow the state procurement regulations and rules. And so what they do with grant making as well as contracting for services, for example, with the Hawaii Tobacco Quit Line, those are competitively let out. And we are able to see the scope of work and look at it in terms of that is substantial. It is based on evidence, and we go back and forth with the Hawaii public health data to make sure that in terms of the goals and outcomes, it does match the state strategic plan. In terms of visibility, there is a Tobacco Prevention and Control Advisory Board that is a statutorily required board, and they do meet publicly, and it is a publicly accessible meeting, and the Hawaii Community Foundation regularly reports on the activities, the evaluation results, and also the budget and implementation, as well as recommendations for the budget. So there is a publicly accessible advisory board that meets on a regular basis. Thank you.
Representative Kobayashi.
This is for Attorney General. Is there a clear, bright line as to how much needs to be spent for tobacco prevention and control in order to be compliant with the MSA?
Hi, thank you for that question. What I deal with is the tobacco enforcement, not the prevention and control. So that's more on the health side. So the enforcement is what puts at risk the annual MSA monies. So there's no bright line. Every state has to abide by the MSA and do its best. We're actually required to know what other states are doing and try to do sort of a best practices. But I'm not really aware of there's not really a clear bright line. And there's also, on my side, it's enforcement. It's different from the prevention and control. The original intent, and as several people testified about, was that obviously that a lot of the money should go to that purpose. For my specific unit, that's separate, but again, no clear bright line, but we face a risk if we don't do what we're supposed to.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand. In other words, enforcement is the issue, not tobacco prevention and control.
Well, okay, I think one of the main purposes of the MSA was the tobacco prevention and control and the health aspects. What I testified about was the enforcement, and that's where the risk is for arbitration. So it's called diligent enforcement, and there's states that are involved right now in that process. So that's where there's a clear risk of losing funds. I'm not sure of another risk other than Hawaii is a signatory, and we should be trying to abide by the original intent of the agreement along with 45 other states.
I'm sorry, what do you mean by enforcement? Like enforcing that teenagers don't buy cigarettes, enforcing that there should be a cigarette stamp? Is that what you mean by enforcement?
Part of it is cigarette stamps. The arbitration that comes up quite often involves the manufacturers that did not participate in the MSA. And so under the MSA, we're supposed to make sure that they put money in escrow or we go after them. So that's a specific purpose for the Department of the Attorney General and the unit that I'm in. We also have to enforce the tax stamp under Chapter 245, and that's the cigarette tax stamp. So our investigators are frequently going out to do that. So we have to keep an eye on illegal imports. We have to keep an eye on illegal cigarettes being sold at stores. There are criminal laws such as 712, 1258 that involve minors buying cigarettes, but that's different from the enforcement where we may face arbitration and may face a large loss of funds.
So right now, AG Tobacco Enforcement Special Fund gets $350,000 a year. So if that $350,000 were provided for enforcement, we are compliant with MSA. Is that right?
We get $350 from the MSA money directly, and then we get 1.5% of cigarette tax stamps, and that's actually the biggest chunk of our funding. So that comes in through a separate fund, and that feeds into the Tobacco Enforcement Special Fund. There's a third source that involves fines, criminal penalties for criminal tobacco cases. So those are the three places where we get the money. If the $350,000 was to come from another source, not through the special fund, it would potentially cause disruption to our unit because then we would have to go through a different process. Similar to what other testifiers discussed, it would not let us have that stability where we have our 7 investigators and we have our attorneys and our staff. So that would be my answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next measure, House Bill 1297, House Draft 1, relating to state finances. We have DCCA, Dean Hazama.
Oops. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Cullen and members of the Finance Committee. We stand on our written testimony and are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Dylan R., Chairperson Case.
Aloha, Vice Chair Cullen, members of the committee, Brian Nielsen, Administrator of Division of Aquatic Resources. We stand on our written testimony in opposition of this bill. I also just want to flag one special fund where this bill would remove protections of the fund. That's the freshwater sport fishing license special fund. These are freshwater license revenues that are deposited into this fund. It's about a $30,000 revenue source per year. A 5% deduction from that fund wouldn't be that significant, maybe $1,500. But what would be extremely significant is our loss of eligibility for $3.5 million in federal funds. If this fund is used for any other purposes besides sport fish projects, we would lose our eligibility for these federal funds. So I would just ask the committee to take a look at that fund in particular and ask you to continue protecting that fund from any sort of diversions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Delanar David Sakota. David Penn from DLNR. And then David Smith. Okay, good. They probably was there to just answer questions anyway. What about Attorney General Randall Nishiyama?
Randall Nishiyama for the Department of the Attorney General. We have provided our written comments and I am available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Department of Taxation.
Good evening, I guess. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tetsuya Ishii for the Department of Taxation, and we stand on our written testimony providing comments.
Thank you. Next we have Hawaii Tourism Authority. John DeFries.
Thank you, Vice Chair Cullen, and to all committee members and Chair Luke. We stand by our written testimony in opposition of this, but we stand allied with you in seeking to resolve the predicament we're in by helping HTA to do its mission in restoring jobs in the industry and driving increased tax revenue as we've demonstrated in the past. Thank you. I remain available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. DeFries. All right, next we have Department of Human Services.
Hi, good evening. I'm Judy Moore Peterson. I'm MedQuest Administrator on behalf of the Department of Human Services. We stand on a written testimony offering comments. We appreciate the amendments made by Health, Human Services, and Homelessness. We are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Department of Education, Brian Hallett.
Good evening, Chair Cullen and committee members. Brian Hallett, CFO, on behalf of Superintendent Kishimoto. Department appreciates the difficult financial times we all find ourselves in, and we stand on our written testimony in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Department of Budget and Finance, Craig Harai. Craig, Director.
Craig Harai.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. You have our written testimony. We're just concerned about the removal of the exemptions for ERS funds and the EBRF. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Office of Enterprise Technology Services, Doug Murdoch.
And the video.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Cullen, Chair Luke, members of the committee. I'm Tue Mar, IT Governance Officer for ETS, testifying on behalf of Doug Murdoch, CIO. We respectfully stand on our written testimony in opposition to the bill. Thank you very much, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Next, we have ERS, Tom Williams.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, and Tom Williams representing the ERS. We stand on our written testimony in strong opposition to the ERS's inclusion in the bill. We believe that where our trust money is impacted, it would represent a threat to our tax exemption, as well as breach our fiduciary responsibility to our members. I'm available to respond to any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the Department of Defense, Rusty Spray.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Cullen and committee members. Major General Kenneth Hara, State of Hawaii Department of Defense, Adjutant General. We stand on our written testimony in opposition and are available for questions.
Thank you. Next, we have Department of Public Safety, Max Otani.
Hi, good evening. Mr. Chair Cullen, committee members, we have our written testimony in opposition of this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have Department of Transportation, Jay Butai.
Aloha, Vice Chair Cullen and members of the Finance Committee, Jade Butai for DOT. We stand on our submitted written testimony in strong opposition. Any significant diversion of our special funds would hinder our ability to provide a safe, serviceable transportation infrastructure system, and will also limit our ability to leverage necessary federal funding for operations, maintenance, and capital improvements. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Hanahel, Cheryl Vasconcellos.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Vice Chair Cullen. I'm Cheryl Vasconcellos, Executive Director of HANA Health. I'm here to respectfully but forcefully oppose HB 1297. Repeal of the Community Health Center Special Fund would have devastating impact on the healthcare delivery system in our very remote community. I won't repeat my written testimony, but I do want to emphasize that state funding has provided the core of our funding base since the state transferred the health center to our nonprofit organization back in 1997. At the time that the transfer took place, it was very clear that the state would need to continue to provide the financial support necessary to develop and expand the healthcare delivery system in this remote geographic area. And that was understood and included in Act 263. At this point in time, state funding accounts for about 35% of our budget. Eliminating the support from the state would likely have an impact on our ability to maintain our federal funding and would definitely have a negative impact on the health and well-being of the entire HANA community, as well as visitors to the area who are completely dependent on our community health center to provide not only primary health care, but urgent and emergent care services 24/7. We ask you to please reconsider your position on this bill and to not balance the state budget on the backs of the most vulnerable and needy populations in our state. I'm available for questions and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Next, we have Hawaii Disability Rights Center, Lewis. He's here. I saw his name.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm Lou Werdeszek. I'm happy to stand on my written testimony. I heard my name called on the last bill. I thought I submitted it on this one and House Bill 1298. I think my written testimony sums it up pretty well in terms of the importance of the Indigent Legal Assistance Fund. I just wanted to show up live, as it were, to emphasize the importance as opposed to just submitting written testimony. This is really important to us and to all the public interest law providers. And so we hope that you will take that into consideration as you deliberate the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tax Foundation of Hawaii, Tom Yamachika. All right, I'm not here. Comments. We have Healthcare Association of Hawaii, Hilton Raitel.
Vice Chair Cullen, members of the committee, my name is Hilton Raitel. I'm President and CEO of the Healthcare Association of Hawaii. You have our comments expressing our appreciation that the previous committee maintained the exemption for both the hospital and nursing facility sustainability funds. This exemption is critical to maximizing federal Medicaid dollars into the state. This exemption would also avoid higher fees on our hospitals and nursing facilities, which have faced more than $600 million in additional costs and losses in calendar year 2020. We urge that this exemption be maintained. Thank you for the opportunity to submit our comments.
Thank you. We have Hawaii Primary Care Association, Robert Hirokawa.
Yes, Vice Chair Cullen and committee members, Robert Hirokawa, CEO of the Hawaii Primary Care Association. I appreciate this opportunity to share with all of you why we oppose this measure. Lanai Community Health Center, Molokai Community Health Center, Ho'ololohui on Kauai, Hana Health, Malama Ikeola on Maui, Hamakua Kohala Health, Bay Clinic in Hilo, West Hawaii Community Health Center, Waihoa Health, Ko'olaloa Health Center, Waimanalo Health Center, Waikiki Health, Kalihi Palama Health Center, Kokua Kalihi Valley, and finally Waianae Coast Comprehensive Health Center make up Hawaii's network of 15 community health centers who together serve over 164,000 of Hawaii's residents. These are the same health centers that rapidly stood up their telehealth capacity to maintain critical lines of communication so that essential medical services could still be provided during the pandemic shutdown. They rapidly stood up COVID testing sites so that hard to reach communities would have access to COVID testing. When asked, they worked in close collaboration with DOH and the counties to conduct contact tracing in communities with large COVID clusters. And now they are working in close collaboration with DOH in the state's current mass vaccination effort. And these are the same health centers that will significantly be harmed by the repeal of the Community Health Center Special Fund. Ultimately, it is the communities and patients served by these 15 health centers that will shoulder the impacts of the repeal. Lives will be lost. I understand you have an extremely difficult task at hand to shore up the state's financial situation. But I also know that these health centers are always challenged with continuing to provide the best care possible to our most fragile and important communities against very thin margins. The repeal of the CHC Special Fund will cause serious harm. We implore you to keep the CHC Special Fund intact. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Reynolds Recycling, Bruce Iverson. Oh, Iverson, yeah. Next, we have American Cancer Society Cancer Action Connect, Cynthia Au.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Cynthia Au testifying on behalf of American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. Respectfully, we stand in strong opposition to this bill. Cancer is the second leading cause of death in Hawaii with 2,500 deaths each year. The UH Cancer Center is one of 71 research organizations in the US designated by the National Cancer Institute, NCI, and the only one in the Hawaii Pacific region. The UH Cancer Center National Cancer Institute Cancer Centers Program was created as part of the National Cancer Act of 1971. As an NCI designated research center, the UH Cancer Center receives between $15 to $20 million in extramural funding from research grants. This outside funding supports research for more treatments to improve cancer patients' quality of life. The Hawaii Cancer Research Special Fund helps to fund a UH Cancer Center building related operations. The elimination of the special fund would significantly impair the ability of the UH Cancer Center to function and would jeopardize the operations of the Cancer Center in life-saving medical treatments for cancer patients and improving the quality of life of cancer survivors. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in opposition to this bill.
Thank you. Next, we have the Queens Health Queens Health Systems, Colette Masunaga.
Aloha, Chair, members of the committee, Colette Masunaga on behalf of the Queens Health Systems. We will stand on our testimony in opposition and just note that we appreciate the amendment in the HD1. However, also noting that similar to the next two bills on the agenda, we oppose because of the impact to the trauma system special funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Enterprise Holdings, Mihoko Ito.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Mihoko Ito on behalf of Enterprise. We'll stand on our testimony in opposition with respect to the rental car customer facility charge special fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Hawaii Pacific Health, Michael Robeson.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee. This is Mike Robinson, Vice President for Hawaii Pacific Health. We also want to express our appreciation to the amendments made in the SD1. However, we do remain concerned with the impact that it has to the Trauma Special Fund, as the same concerns that we also will be expressing in 1298 and 1299. The impact of the Trauma Special Fund will have really bad impact to our patients that we serve at Kapiolani Medical Center, Palimomi, and for the island of Kauai, which are all trauma system participants. So I will stand on my written testimony and be available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Hope Kristen Alice.
Aloha, thank you for the opportunity to testify on this bill. Hope Services Hawaii stands in strong opposition to this bill. We don't believe that austerity for social services, effective social services, and especially those that serve the most vulnerable is a good policy without carefully considering the impacts on each community that this blanket cut would have. So we strongly oppose this. We also, right now with COVID-19, we're already expected to serve many, many more people than we have had to serve in the past. And that's not just us, that's social service providers across the state. And I ask that you don't make us do it with fewer resources. Just consider what is at stake, consider that we don't necessarily know what is at stake, and that as this bill progresses, and if it were to go through and the effects will come out, there would probably be many, many unforeseen circumstances. You know, we've already seen the Indigent Legal Defense Fund and health services, which we refer our clients to, up for the chopping block. And we don't want to open that can of worms. So similar to some of the other bills tonight, we can keep this, we can pay a small price now, or we can pay a big price in the future. Thank you so much. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next is University of Hawaii, Calbert Young.
Good evening, Mr. Vice Chair, members. The University of Hawaii has submitted testimony in opposition to this bill. In particular, the university objects to those sections that remove the exemptions from the Central Services Assessment for all University of Hawaii special funds, and to that portion that eliminates the transfer of monies collected from the cigarette tax to the Hawaii Cancer Research Special Fund. In regards to the former, including the University of Hawaii special funds into the Central Service Assessment essentially amounts to a taxation on revenues that are gained from parents, students at the university from revenues, of which the university doesn't benefit from any central services provided by the state, because the University of Hawaii actually manages all of its own financial accounting. Secondly, in regards to the former, for the cigarette tax and the Hawaii Cancer Research Special Fund, it should be noted that, like the previous bill, there are existing university revenue bonds on the Cancer Center when it was constructed, in which the state pledged explicitly the revenues from that cigarette tax for the repayment of those debt service. The further details are outlined in testimony, can stand on the remainder of the testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That's all the individuals indicating they would be testifying further on Zoom. Members, any questions on House Bill 1297? Okay, moving on to the next measure, House Bill 1298. Okay, before we continue, we're going to take a short recess. So recess.
thank you, Committee on Finance will reconvene for our 1 p.m. agenda. We just wanted to thank all the committee members and audience testifiers who have been sticking with us. We will take a little bit of a different approach for House Bill 1298 and House Bill 1299. I first want to thank the departments for working with us to address some of these special funds. And I specifically wanted to thank Representative Yamashita, who has been helping gather information and working with the departments, and also the various subject matter chairs. So we will be taking both 1298 and 1299 together. And in order to expedite some of the testimony, even if you submitted testimony, what I will do is read off the funds that we are looking at. So one of the things that just kind of as a general theme, we will not be repealing any active funds for 1298 and 1299. Active funds that are not covered in 1296 and 1297. So in 1298 and 1299, we will not be repealing any active funds, or the only funds that we will be repealing are those defunct funds that we have already worked with the departments. So along with that, so as an example, under CCA, we will not be repealing or taking any of the funds in CCA. Under Department of Transportation, we are not repealing any funds under Department of Transportation other than the ones that have been identified, such as the defunct funds under Kewalo Basin, Barbers Point Harbor Water Transportation Facility and Services Support, Kona International Airport. And before you get excited about Kona International Airport, it's because this is an old fund which has no money. It's been renamed, and that's why. So similar to Barbers Point, it's been renamed to Barbers Point at Kalailoa. And so that's why it's kind of cleanup. The only one amount that we are taking from transportation is an old account with $99. So thank you very much, Department of Transportation, for $99. Under Department of Accounting and General Services, so these are all funds and special funds with the agreement of for the most part, with the agreement of the department. And I see Mr. Rod Miley interested, listening intently. I'm not touching any of the judiciary funds, so don't worry.
Thank you.
So you can go home. Because you look really scared, so you can go home. And even with the University of Hawaii, with the help of Mr. Young, we are not repealing any University of Hawaii special funds except the ones that are defunct, including Center for Nursing Special Fund, grant for the Bridge to Hope program, which has 87,000, ledge relief claims, which has about 1,500, but these are old defunct funds. Under not Attorney General, DAGs, we have $1 million for information management technology. We have an old fund that is no longer in use. This is $7,800 from Leeward Coast Homeless Project that is no longer being used. State Archives, we specifically wanted to thank State Archives for giving up $200,000 in their special fund. That's DAGs. Under agriculture, it's a total of $20 million from the various special funds. But one of the things that we will be doing and working closely with Department of Agriculture is many of their special funds is not producing sufficient amount of revenue. So for instance, milk control special funds, we will be repealing that and putting them on as a general funded program under commodity. So we'll be working closely with Department of Agriculture on that. On budget and finance, one of the funds that is being repealed is called a Mass Transit Special Fund. Don't get excited because this is the rail fund, but there's another fund with real money. This has no money, and this was an interim fund, and that's why it's being repealed. DBED, foreign trade zone, thank you very much. They were willing to give up $250,000. Mr. Glenn, special thanks to you for giving up $2.4 million out of your special fund. Hydrogen Investment Capital Special Fund, there's been no activity on this, so 1,300. I think this one might be repealed. Thank you very much. Creative Industry, $30,000. For defense, thank you very much, General Hara. About $8.8 million for PPE that the general fund already pay for. So this is a reimbursement. And in addition to that, asset forfeiture trust fund, $58,000. There will be repeal of tsunami and hurricane preparedness efforts and juvenile accountability block grant, which are defunct funds. We're under Department of Education. Thank you very much to the superintendent and Mr. Hallett. There was some amounts in the special education and student support services. We were able to get from DOE $250,000, but special education is heavily funded by general funds. So we felt services will not be impacted. Hawaii Teacher Standard Board has been general funded last year, so the remaining amount in $1,000, we are scooping that. PVT Trade and Vocational Technology School licensure in the amount of $23,000. We are planning to repeal only because they're not going to be able to get enough money in this, so we're planning to general fund that program. And then State Educational Facility Special Fund. This is CEFI, so we will be repealing, well, we already repealed that, so we're just gonna do some cleanup. Driver education program will not be repealed, but the superintendent in working with the driver education program administrator said that in order to help the economic crisis, they have agreed to provide $2 million to the general fund. Olelo Education Program, Public TV, $1 million will be coming out of that fund. Department of Health, Community Health Center Special Fund, which had amount over the ceiling. So this will not impact the services of community health centers. And going back to the other bill, 1290, was it 1297, which has the community health center? We will not be repealing the community health centers from that bill either. So $10 million from the over the ceiling amount in community health center special fund. But as I indicated, this is not impacting the current allocation. Next is the drug demand reduction assessment, about $242,000. Beverage deposit container deposit, about $5 million, which is the amount that is unallocated, unencumbered, that is beyond the current expenses. Neurotrauma Special Fund, about $400,000. Environmental Health Administration, $26,000. Noise radiation, air control, $490,000. Asbestos and lead abatement special fund, $60,000. There are small amounts under Maui Memorial, $153, Hana Medical, $1.82. Lanai 58 cents, only because these are old funds that had balances left over, but we continue to fund them in general fund. So we're repealing those old special funds and then and cleaning up the books. And then Kula is 3,800. Dietitian licensing is 58,000. Under DHERD, we will be allocating $1.8 million out of the Human Resources Development Special Fund into general funds. Human Services, general support for healthcare payments, 14,000. Financial assistance for housing, 1,700. Nursing facility and hospital sustainability. Thank you to Judy Moore Peterson. We were able to identify with her help some of the old funds that had amounts in it, and this is really the reimbursement. So we will be repealing some of the old funds that are no longer functioning. So we wanted to thank Judy Moore Peterson. Let me just skip some of these things. I don't want to go through everything. Department of Labor under General Administration, $80,000. Hoisting machine operating certification, $200,000. I'm not going to list everything. You can see it in the bill at some point. Department of Labor, we wanted to especially thank Department of Labor. I know under the budget process, you were asked to move a lot of your function to special fund, and we are reversing that. And so we are using some of the special fund to balance the budget, but at the same time, we are planning to general fund many of your services. The big ones out of Department of Land and Natural Resources is $10 million from special land development and $15 million from land conservation. But because Chair Case is so persuasive, one of the things that we will be doing in the budget is increasing the special or the land conservation fund, which is the legacy land, from around $5 million ceiling to $8 million. So you folks should thank Chair Case for that effort in trying to persuade me to increase that ceiling. Next one is beach restoration, 500,000, natural area reserve, about 220,000. IUCN, which is done, 20,000. Hawaii Historic Preservation, 68,000. County lifeguards, they said we can take the 4 cents. So that's that. And then we can go to Office of the Attorney General. There's some old special funds that are defunct that we will be repealing, but the main one would be DNA registry, 50,000. Internet crimes against children, 120,000. Under public safety, automated victim info, 700,000. Drug law enforcement, 8,000. Under taxation out of all the department, they have been the most I don't want to say generous, because it's still kind of we have a lot of budget issues, but they volunteer some of the special funds very quickly. So we wanted to just thank Department of Taxation for making it very easy. So under Department of Taxation, cigarette tax stamp, $1 million. Tax administration special funds, $15 million, and sale of assets, $3,300. And I think I already covered University of Hawaii. So the total amount of special funds that the amount out of special funds with the assistance of the departments total a little over $100 million. So we just wanted to thank all the departments for working with us. I know this has been a very tedious process, but this will go a long way in helping to replenish some of the critical services, such as HIV services, STI services, sex assault services, some of the things that are that may be cut in the budget would really impact health and safety. So we just wanted to thank every single one of the departments. So I know this actually throws a curveball to some of the testifiers, but this is a good test to see if you can pivot and quickly adjust your testimony. So this is a good test. So I am gonna use what you are testifying to see if you're listening to what I'm saying and judgment of whether you have analytical reasoning to be able to pivot quickly. So let's see how the testimony comes out. In addition to that, in 1299, as I indicated, we are not repealing any active funds that are not covered in 1296 and 1297. Other than those will be treated separately. We will be repealing just defunct funds that have been identified the auditor's office previously or have been identified by the departments. Okay, so with that, let's go on to some of the testifiers. So with that, first up, it is DCCA.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Kat Awakuni Colon on behalf of DCCA. I want to express our appreciation. I believe everything that you've stated probably allays the concerns that we had expressed in testimonies for HB 1298 and HB 1299. I am available if you have any questions relating to any of our funds or any of the programs included in 1299. Thank you again.
Thank you. Crime victim compensation.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, members. Pam Ferguson Bray, the Executive Director of the Crime Victim Compensation Commission. Thank you so much for all your support for crime victims in Hawaii. We support your proposed amendments.
Thank you. Judiciary.
Good evening, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, members of the committee. I just want to say on behalf of the judiciary, thank you for your consideration and for all of the hard work. And I'll stop there. We're available for any questions.
Thank you. Gems.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Again, likewise, would like to express my appreciation. Thank you so much, and I am available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. State Foundation on Culture and the Arts.
Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, it's Jonathan Johnson, State Foundation, and we stand on our testimony in support of what you guys are doing regarding Works of Art Special Fund.
Thank you. Next up is HTA.
Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and committee members, thank you for recognizing that HTA has operated without funding for this fiscal year, and we look forward to supporting you in any way we can.
Thank you. DHHL.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. We thank you for supporting the beneficiaries of the Hawaiian Homelands Trust by not sweeping any funds.
Thank you. Next up is Dole Tax.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Ted Shiraishi for the Department of Taxation, and we stand on our testimony and our discussions relating to the special funds that Dole Tax is in charge of. Thank you.
Thank you. HHFDC.
Thank you, Chair Luke, Vice Chair, members of the committee. We appreciate the change that you just made and recognizing that these are CARES Act funds. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is PUC.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. We very much appreciate the treatment and the proposed changes to the bills. You have our written testimony, but hearing the amendments, we support the proposed amendments in 1298 and 1299. Available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Department of Agriculture.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Phyllis Shimabukuro Geyser, Department of Agriculture. Since submitting our testimony, we have changed our position to concerns, and we will continue to provide more information about our special funds and work with the committee. Thank you.
ELIR.
Good evening, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and members of the committee. Thank you, and we appreciate your support.
We have Attorney General's Office.
Randall Nishiyama for the Department of the Attorney General. We have provided our written comments and I am available to answer your questions.
Thank you. We have Stadium Authority. Okay, thank you. Noah.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate your support. Available for any questions. Thank you.
Office of Hawaiian Affairs.
Aloha, Chair Luke, committee members. Thank you for your work. We're available for any questions.
Public Library System.
Mallory Fujitani for the Public Library Systems. We thank you for your hard work and your support of the Public Library System. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Budget and Finance. Actually, you really should be thanking me because I did your work.
Thank you, Chair Luke and committee members. This is Craig Hirai, Director of Finance. It's been a pleasure working for you, with you.
Yeah, I know. I found you $100 million and made your job easier. So you're welcome. Nobody else should be thanking me except really you. Dags.
Oh, goodness. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Kurt Otaguro, State Comptroller. Dags is in, we stand by our testimony in support of the measure, and we do appreciate the collaboration working with the legislature to eliminate excess funds that don't impact primary missions. So we really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Here to answer your questions.
Office of Enterprise Technology Services.
Not here. Yeah, so you're next. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Chair Luke. This is Tanamura from ETS speaking on behalf of CIO Doug Murdoch. We appreciate your support and are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. ERS.
Chair, Vice Chair, it appears the ERS is unimpacted by the bill. Therefore, we have no concerns and we want to thank you.
Thank you. State Health Planning and Development Agency. Okay, not here. Next up is Disability and Communication Access Board.
Yes. Good evening, Chair Luke and members of the committee. DCOB thanks you very much for your support and for the constituents with disabilities in the state of Hawaii. Mahalo nui.
Thank you very much. Department of Public Safety.
Hey, good evening, Chair Luke. Department amends our written testimony and support the amendments provided by your committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Energy Office.
Aloha, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, members of the committee. This is Scott Glenn, Chief Energy Officer, and wanted to say thank you for working with us, and we're happy to do our part to help the state out in its fiscal condition. Aloha.
Thank you very much. DHERD.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Riker Water for the Department of Human Resources Development. Wanted to thank Chair, you and the committee for your work along with Rep. Yamashita. We look forward to working with you on our continuing needs. We appreciate it. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Department of Land and Natural Resources.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. We want to express our appreciation for working with us, and thank you for your support.
Thank you very much.
What she said.
Superintendent. Brian
Chair
Howell?
Luke, Brian Howell on behalf of Superintendent Kishimoto. We very much appreciate the opportunity to work with you and your committee on this issue. We hope to continue to do so in the weeks and months ahead. We concur with the amendments that as you covered them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. DHS?
Aloha, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, members of the committee, Kathy Betts for Department of Human Services. We want to thank you for your careful and thoughtful consideration of our special funds. We appreciate the collaborative spirit that we've been able to work with you, and we support the proposed amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Department of Defense?
Good evening, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, committee members, Major General Kenneth Hara, Adjutant General, State of Hawaii Department of Defense. I'd like to amend my testimony to support. We do support your amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We also have Kevin Thornton. Not here. Okay, Cheryl Higuchi.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair Cullen, and Representative Luke and committee. Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you very much. DBED.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Chung Chang for DBED. Thank you very much for the opportunity to work with your committee to arrive at the solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Department of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and committee members for your collaboration and support. We're all in this together, so we're glad to assist in finding the best solution for the benefit of the whole state. Our only regret is that we can only transfer $99.05 to the general fund.
But we appreciate the $99, especially from Department of Transportation. Honolulu Police Department.
I thank you, Chair. We submitted written testimony and we stand by that. Thank you.
Thank you. Volunteer Legal Services. Not here. Tax Foundation. I don't think he was here. Okay. Mediation Center of the Pacific.
Good evening, Chair Luke and Co-Chair Cullen and members of the committee. We're grateful to you for your amendments. We support them and appreciate that you're not moving the indigent legal assistance funds. Mahalo.
Thank you. Healthcare Association.
Colton Rathel, Presidency of the Healthcare Association, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, members of the committee, thank you very much for your support of these special funds for the hospital and nursing facility sustainability programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Bicycling League. Not here. Okay. American Heart Association.
Aloha, Chair Luke. This is Don Weissman. I wanted to find out, I wanted clarification on the decision on the neurotrauma special fund. I heard you mention it, but it wasn't clear whether that's still on the chopping block or if that's going to be left intact.
No, neurotrauma special fund, we're taking a portion of that.
Okay, but you're leaving it, you're leaving the fund intact?
Right.
Okay, yeah, you have my testimony, which I think outlines some of the important work that's being done with that fund. So I'll just stand on my testimony. Mahalo.
Thank you. HTDC.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Chung Chang again, on behalf of Len Higashi and HTDC, thank you for the opportunity to work with your committee.
Thank you. Wilcox Medical Center.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair. This is Mike Robinson on behalf of both Wilcox and Kapiolani Medical Center. We appreciate the amendments that you made and the fact that the Trauma Special Fund will remain in touch. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Airlines for America. Okay. Enterprise Holdings.
We just wanted to say thank you. It's late, we know. So thank you. What do you say?
Thank you.
Big help. Martha Smith, not here. Okay, Queen's Health, Colette Masunaga. Not here. Okay, Legal Aid.
Aloha, I'm Angela Lovett, Deputy Director attending for Nalani Fujimori Kaina. We just wanted to say thank you very much for the appreciation and leaving the Indigent Legal Assistance Fund as is. Mahalo.
Thank you, Laura Reichart for Hawaii State Center for Nursing.
Aloha, Chair. I just want to say thank you for identifying and doing the immense amount of work you did on this measure and identifying that there's only 96 cents available from the Center for Nursing Fund. The work we've been doing during COVID and for the past 15 years has established a stable workforce for nurses in our state, and we're happy to continue to do that. So thank you, and we're available for questions if you have any.
Thank you very much. University of Hawaii.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members. I wanted to thank you for choosing to outline the amendments concerning the University of Hawaii in your opening statements, and I acknowledge and recognize your thoughtful collaboration and that of Representative Yamashita and our Higher Ed Chair, Takayama, and all the members of the House Finance Committee in recognizing the issues for UH. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Airlines Committee of Hawaii.
Lori Lam on behalf of the Airlines Committee of Hawaii, and we just want to echo everyone in saying mahalo plenty for your careful consideration and for not touching the airport-related funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter Oshiro.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Good evening, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen. Mahalo for leaving the sanitation, or I should say food safety and environmental health fund intact. Really appreciate that. I'm available for any questions if you have it. I'm the program manager, but speaking as a private citizen. Thanks.
Thank you. Noah Gibson. Here, Jason Minami. Mark Sentoki.
Chair Luke, thank you so much for supporting the judiciary and preserving its special funds.
Okay, thank you. Mai Nguyen Van. Not here. Okay, so that's all the testimony for 1298. Any questions? Okay, let's move on to 1299. So in light of what was discussed, I'm just gonna ask if anybody still wanna testify. So because we're not planning to repeal any active funds, we're only planning to repeal defunct funds. But I don't know, I don't wanna read off everybody's name again. So I'm just gonna assume that your testimony for 1298 is covered in 1299. Okay, I'm just gonna give you guys one chance to shout out your answer, even if that's very inappropriate to do, and I'm gonna get scolding from the clerk's office. So if anybody have objection to that, speak your piece and just shout out through Zoom. If not, I'm gonna say, okay, what you said in 1298, it should be covered for 1299.
Chair Luke.
Chair Luke, just want to say mahalo on behalf of DLNR.
Okay. Oh, Suzanne. Yes, Chair Case.
Chair Luke, Betty Lou Larson for Kathy Cares Hawaii. We just want to give a
That's
big
why I'm
mahalo.
gonna get total scolding because everybody's trying to say whatever. So I'm gonna recognize Betty Lou Larson. Okay, so Betty Lou Larson first.
Just want a big mahalo to all of you because the abused children that we put in our testimony really need the intensive services. And we just appreciate your recognition of this as well as the DHS funds that we're supporting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then Chair Case.
Just want to say mahalo to you and the staff and the members of the committee for all your hard work on all of these bills. Really appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, if not, let's recess for decision making. Thank you, Committee on Finance, for come to order. We will finally do decision-making on our 1 p.m. agenda, 6 hours late. But thank you to all the departments and testifiers and everybody sticking with us. For veterans, veteran testifiers like Betty Lou Larson and others, they know that 7 p.m. is nothing when it comes to finance. And so we're very thankful that we are going to be ending pretty soon as opposed to 12 o'clock when sometimes it does happen. So we wanted to just thank everybody for your concise testimony and being with us all day today. So for House Bill 1296 and House Bill 1297, these two bills will be deferred until end of calendar tomorrow after our regular 2 p.m. agenda. I need to just follow up with the department and have a conversation with ACF. Okay, so with that, for House Bill 1298, relating to state funds, recommendation is to pass as a HD1 as stated in the hearing, with around $100 million of special funds that are unused portion from the various special funds within from the department. So again, thank you very much to the departments, Rep. Yamashita, and the various committee chairs who helped to work on this thing. So any discussion? Please take a vote.
Yeah, members voting on House Bill 1298. A recommendation of the chairs to pass with amendments. Noting excuse member McDermott for the whole agenda. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. All present members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1299 relating to non-general funds. As I stated, we will use this bill to capture all the defunct or unused funds, repeal of those funds. So with that, recommendation is to pass as a HD1. Any discussion?
Members,
Take the vote.
yeah, members voting on HB 1299. Recommendation of the chairs to pass with amendments. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Now moving on to the decision-making only agenda for House Bill 1119, House Draft 1 relating to charitable organization at the request of the introducer in working with the health chair. Recommendation is to pass as a HD2. This has several amendments, including 501c4 organization that donate to non-candidate committees must complete a Schedule A form. 501c4 org that engage in any electioneering communication on behalf of a candidate or non-candidate committee must complete a Schedule 8 form and submit it to campaign spending, or that's a or the charitable organization that engage in endorsement of or statement against candidates must complete Schedule A form and submit it. It just sounds like I read the same thing 3 times, but it has some minutia. So it's one or the other. And then 501c4 org will file reports on the same schedule as non-candidate committee. The Campaign Spending Commission will oversee the reporting. And the definition of electioneering communication is the same as what is currently used for candidate committees. And the charitable organization that donate to non-candidate committees engage in electioneering communication or endorsement of or against candidate must file a Schedule A with campaign spending. Any questions? Discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Okay, members voted on HB 1119 HD1. Recommendation of the chairs to pass with amendments. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 613, House Draft 2 relating to education. This is the use of ESSER funds. Recommendation is to pass as is. I think as the federal government is planning to provide additional, it's premature for me to make adjustment to this bill, we will wait to see what the federal government does and then adjust it at that point. So we will pass it as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members vote on HB 613 HD2, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye, chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1362, House Draft 1 relating to access to learning. I wanted a moment to look at this bill. But at this point in time, the recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on HB 1362 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye, chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 58, House Draft 1 relating to state funds. This is converting land conservation and rental housing from GO to from general or cash to GO. I wanted to make it clean and then send it over, but it might be somewhat premature, only in anticipation of federal relief. So if we don't have to do that, I'd rather not do it and then provide more bond ability for our CIP chair. So that's why I will be just passing it out as is, as opposed to cleaning this up. Okay, any discussion? Not, please take the vote.
Members vote on HB 58 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye, chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 321, House Draft 1 relating to TAT. Recommendation is to pass as is. Similar reasoning as the prior bill. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on HB 321 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Reservations by Representative Wildberger. Any other members voting reservations by Tam, Caruso. So I have reservations by Caruso, Tam, and Wildberger. Any other reservations? Any members voting no? All other present members vote aye, chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 131, House Draft 1 relating to tax credits. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take a vote.
Members voting on HB 131 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye, chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 1314, House Draft 1. Recommendation is to pass as a HD2. And then I will defer to Rep. Yamashita to explain the amendments.
Thank you very much, Chair. Members, in the HD2, what we'll be doing is changing the preamble to address the concerns from the AG's office and cleaning up and actually further clarifying what the bill is trying to accomplish. Also, we'll be changing the methodology of the surcharge on real property tax for the state to make it a percentage instead of a dollar amount per thousand. Clarifying that how the counties will be imposing their surcharge and further clarifying that portion. And also addressing Department of Taxation's concern about a trigger when if the counties do not impose the real property tax, that the reduction in the state income tax may be problematic. So we're going to make a trigger so that if they don't impose it, the reduction in income does not happen. But also we're going to be redoing the structure of the changes in income tax by not taking it to zero, but weighting it, not taking everybody to zero, but weighting it on the very low end, especially starting off with people that are making a minimum wage to take them to zero. And then it, over 3-year periods going out to 2033, reducing it systematically to lower income tax, and with the idea that it'll be offset with the increase of real property tax. There are provisions within the bill that address the initial start of the bill and gives a tax credit that will help lessen the impact to all people that are paying income tax currently. So it'd be a tax credit on the increase in real property tax. There'll be one adjusting for renters, and there's another one for people that may not have income. So there's a circuit breaker provision in that. And I guess any technical non-substantive amendments.
Thank you. Any discussion? Representative Kobayashi.
I have concerns about a bill that we have not seen that moves around maybe $5 billion of income. That is about $3 million in state income tax, corporate tax, TAT, and at least $2 billion, I'm sorry, $2 billion in property tax money. I'd rather see someone go take this bill to Department of Taxation, take it to the counties, and give us their opinion as to how much money will be coming to each of those entities, that is the state and the counties, and having some assurance that the various tax credits will indeed go to the right people. I come from a district where you have expensive houses, $1 million exemption on real property tax will not help everybody. My district also has a lot of people who are property rich and cash poor. To have them see increases of 20% or more of their property tax every 2 years, I think will hurt a lot of people who have either fixed income or limited income. So for those reasons, I think this bill needs more work and review by other people. So I will be voting no.
Thank you, Representative Peruso.
Well, I share my colleagues' concern. I do want to recognize and applaud the efforts of the author to address what I think is one of the most important fiscal problems and constitutional problems that face us, and that is our support for property speculation and our failure to fund public education because we don't use property taxes. So thank you for that, for your work on this. And I think that it is an interesting approach, and I'm going to be voting WR because I'd like to see it move forward, and I'd like to have this conversation continue.
Thank you, Representative Martin.
Hi, again, in appreciation to the attempt to address our very distorted market signals that we send out with our very low property taxes and high income tax that doesn't benefit our state. I appreciate that, and I will be voting with reservations to keep the conversation going as this bill continues to get amended.
Thank you, Representative Wildberger.
Thanks. I appreciate my Maui delegation colleague for the outside the box product here that, you know, I think we can work on. And I too would like to express slight reservations just because of the considerations mentioned by my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Tam.
Yes, I want to thank the representative
for bringing this forward. This is not easy. It's a big undertaking. So I want to thank him for that. I do have a lot of concerns. I think that this needs to be fully vetted some more. And for those reasons, I'll be voting with reservations.
Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Yeah, members voted on House Bill 1314 HD1. Recommendation of the chair is to pass with amendments. Voting reservations by Representative Martin, Peruso, Tam, and Wahlberger. Any other members with reservations? Okay, with no from Representative Kobayashi. Any other members voting no? Okay, all other present members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Now let's move on to House Bill 446, House Draft 2, relating to motor vehicles. This is the catalytic converter. I received the concurrence of the CPC chair and the Judiciary chair, and I'm gonna turn it over to the introducer to quickly explain the amendments.
Thank you, Chair. So this amendment is taking, no, don't need to do this. Okay, so the amendments that we bring forth today are incorporations from the Attorney General's office. We have sections 4 and 5 that relate to a chapter in HRS that do not relate to the sale of catalytic converters, which is a used motor part. And so it does not fall into the definition of a scrap metal. And so we're just clarifying the definitions there and making sure that the HB 446 does actually apply to the specific sale of catalytic converter thefts, which have been increasing not only on Oahu, but throughout Hawaii. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voted on HB 446 HD2. Recommendation of the chair is to pass with amendments. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is House Bill 862, House Draft 1, relating to aerospace. Recommendation is to pass as a HT2 with the concurrence of the ECD chair. We will be moving Pisces. With the elimination of Office of Aerospace, we'll be moving Pisces to UH Hilo. UH Hilo has graciously offered to accept Pisces. In addition to that, the Challenger Center, which is the educational portion, will be moved to DOE. And so with that, any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voted on HB 862 HD1. Recommendation of the chair is to pass with amendments. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Now moving on to House Bill 776 relating to SPURB. I will be turning it over to Representative Yamashita.
Yeah, just minor changes. We're going to be adding agriculture and some technical amendments.
Thank you. And that's with the concurrence of JHA chair. Okay, any discussion?
Member. We're gonna vote to reconsider.
Oh, it was to move to reconsider. Okay, I don't even know the motion. Okay, move to reconsider prior decision making. So we have to vote on the reconsider first and then
Yes.
vote it, right? So because we already voted, we have to move to reconsider. So any discussion on the reconsideration motion? If not, you don't, okay, in this situation, you don't have to take the vote. So any.
No, I gotta take a vote.
Oh, you gotta take the
Yeah.
vote? Okay.
So we're gonna be voting on HB 776 for the motion to reconsider previous decision on this measure. So, okay, so any members voting reservations? Any members voting no on the reconsideration? Okay, all present members vote aye on the reconsideration.
Thank you. Now we're voting on the motion to pass. So for House Bill 776, incorporating the changes as stated by Representative Yamashita to pass as a HD1. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members vote on HB 776. Recommendation of the chair is to pass with amendments. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair recommendation is adopted.
Not yet. Two more. Yeah. Okay. So now, remember on the first agenda, we deferred decision making on 2 items. So one of them was the judiciary budget, House Bill 185 relating to the judiciary. Recommendation is to pass as a HD1. This will be approving all the requests from the judiciary, but in addition to that, we will also be moving the public defender's office from Department of Budget and Finance to the judiciary. So with that, any discussion? If not, please take the vote. 185, yes, House Bill 185. HD1.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members voting on HB 185, recommendation of the chair is to pass with amendments. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. So, and then the last bill of the day, House Bill 529 relating to real properties. I think I gave everybody a copy of the amendments. Yes, thank you very much for accepting the amendments. So I think for the most part, the introducer reduced the penalty section and the fees and made some additional changes in consultation with, I believe, the Attorney General's office. So with that, any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on House Bill 529, recommendation of the chair is to pass with amendments. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Now hearing is adjourned.